Good morning, everyone. If you might please come to order. And we're formally beginning our Memorial Day festival program today. It's the Society's 125th anniversary and this festival's been going on for nearly a quarter century. So we're very happy to see you here today. I'll have a few more words later. Right now, those newly arriving, please come in silently because we're going to have a musical invocation by Radha Ivaturi. Radha?
अनंत संसार समुद्र तारा नौकायिताभ्यां गुरुभक्तिताभ्यां वैराग्य साम्राज्यद पूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्री गुरुपादुकाभ्याम् कवित्ववाराशि निशाकराभ्यां दौर्भाग्यदावां बुधमालिकाभ्यां दूरीकृतानम्र विपत्तिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् नताययोः श्रीपतितां समीयुः कदाचिदप्याशु दरिद्रवर्याः मूकाश्च वाचस्पतितां हिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् नालीकनिकाश पदाहृदाभ्यां नानाविमोहादि निवारिकाभ्यां नमज्जनाभीष्ट ततिप्रदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् नृपालिमौली व्रजरत्नकान्ति सरिद्विराज जशकन्यकाभ्यां नृपत्वदाभ्यां नतलोकपङ्क्तेः नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् पापान्धकारार्क परम्पराभ्यां तापत्रयाहीन्द्र खगेश्वराभ्यां जाड्याब्धिसंशोषणवाडवाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् शमादिषट्क प्रदवैभवाभ्यां समाधिदान व्रतदीक्षिताभ्यां रमाधवाङ्घ्रि स्थिरभक्तिताभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् स्वार्चापराणाम् अखिलेष्टदाभ्यां स्वाहा सहायाक्ष दुरन्दराभ्यां स्वान्ताच्च भावा प्रदपूजनाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्याम् कामादिसर्प व्रजगारुडाभ्यां विवेकवैराग्य निधिप्रदाभ्यां बोधप्रदाभ्यां धृतमोक्षदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां बोधप्रदाभ्यां धृतमोक्षदाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां नमो नमः श्रीगुरुपादुकाभ्यां.
Thank you. Namaste and welcome, everyone. As I said, this is our Memorial Day anniversary program for the 125th anniversary of the founding of the Vedanta Society of Northern California, San Francisco, by Swami Vivekananda, the exemplar of Vedanta in the West, who spoke at the Parliament of Religions in 1893 and revolutionized for the modern era spirituality in the world. We're very proud that we're able to host this for the beautiful, beloved community. My name is Bobby Coleman. I'm active as a student in the Vedanta Society of Northern California. Our program today involves a morning session followed by a light lunch and an afternoon session. We're starting on time, which is a delight, and we'll have a welcome address by Swami Atmarupananda, and then a talk by Swami Tattwamayananda on Swami Vivekananda and Vedanta in the Bay Area, a retrospective view of 125 years. That will be followed, each talk will last around 40 minutes. There might be discussion amongst the Swamis. We'll see what happens spontaneously. The second address this morning is by revered Swami Chetanananda ji, How Ramakrishna's Message Encircled the Globe. And the third will be Pravrajika Brahmaprana's Women Pioneers of the Vedanta Movement in Northern California. Then that will be, as I said, followed by a light lunch, and then the afternoon program with music. There'll be devotional music from the Vedanta Society's Bhajan group, and then talks by Swami Atmarupananda, Swami Shantatmananda, and devotional music by Kailash Brahmwal. I'll introduce that. Swami Vedananda will conclude. So that's our plan. I just wanted to say that Memorial Day is the perfect opportunity for remembering what's important. With the things that come and go in all of our lives, Memorial Day is not just the activation of memory in specific ways, but also the start of the summer season, a break for many families in America to start whatever their summer plans are as students wrap up the school year. Yesterday, we heard from remarkable speakers, devotees, younger people, older people, professional, start of career, very diverse, very wonderful. And today we get to hear from the seasoned people of monastic order to deepen our understanding of our spiritual lives. And hopefully you'll have a very inspiring time, but you'll also receive things that will rest well in your memory as tools for happy, healthy life. So with that, I invite the Swamis and speakers up to the stage. And then Swami Prapananda will give the welcome address. Thank you. Once again, while they're making their way up, thank you so much for coming and spending your time with us today. It's definitely an act of mutual love for us, so we're very happy you're here. Just so you know, I've been given a handheld mic that doesn't work, so I'll be jumping up and down. And so I'd like to invite Swami Tattwamayananda to the stage. Thank you very much, to give our welcome address.
Good morning. Respected Swamijis, brother monks, Vedanta nuns, and dear devotees and friends. It is with proud honor and joy that we gather here today to celebrate the 125th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda's momentous visit to Northern California. A visit that left an indelible mark on the spiritual and philosophical landscape of this region. Swami Vivekananda's journey to America was not merely a physical voyage. It was a bridge connecting the wisdom of the East with the curiosity of the West. His presence in Northern California, particularly his time in places such as San Francisco, Alameda, and Oakland, was instrumental in introducing the teachings of Vedanta to a wider audience, inspiring generations to seek strength through knowledge, selfless service, and unity. Let us remember on this occasion Reverend Benjamin Mills, who was the minister of the First Unitarian Church of Oakland. He was inspired by Swami Vivekananda while attending the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893, and stated that this man altered my life. Mills was responsible for inviting Vivekananda to Oakland. He is said to have paid for Vivekananda's travel fare. He also set up big crowds for him to preach to. Mills and his wife took interest in reading Vivekananda's works. In 1900, Vivekananda gave 7 lectures at the First Unitarian Church of Oakland. Mills described Vivekananda was a man of gigantic intellect, indeed, one to whom our greatest university professors were as mere children. Swami Vivekananda delivered lectures at the historic First Unitarian Church of Oakland, where he spoke to packed audiences, sometimes exceeding 2,000 attendees, with hundreds more waiting outside. His words resonated deeply, and his teachings on the divinity with each soul and the importance of self-confidence left a lasting impression. One particular touching anecdote from his travels here was his stay at the Home of Truth in Alameda, where he noted that Californians were especially receptive to practice of Raja Yoga and intuitive meditation. He saw in them a natural inclination towards spiritual exploration which led to the establishment of Vedanta centers in this region. Another remarkable moment was his time at Mount Shasta, where he was hosted by Dr. Albert Hiller. Surrounded by the serene beauty of nature, Vivekananda found inspiration in the landscape, reflecting on the unity of existence and interconnectedness of all beings. His influence in Northern California led to the founding of the Vedanta Society of Northern California in San Francisco in 1900, which remains a beacon of his teachings to this day. The society has played a crucial role in preserving and spreading his message, offering spiritual guidance and fostering a deep understanding of Vedanta philosophy. Today, as we honor this remarkable milestone, let us reflect on the principles he imparted to us: the pursuit of truth, the courage to stand for righteousness, and the unwavering belief that divinity resides in every heart. Northern California, a place known for embracing new ideas and progressive thought, holds a special connection to Swami Vivekananda's vision. Later, his teachings continued to be enriched by the presence of other direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna like Swamis Turiyananda, Trigunatitananda, Abhedaranda, and other Swamis, fostering a spiritual of universality and tolerance. May this gathering of learned monastic members of our order serve as a beacon of inspiration, urging us to uphold his legacy and carry forward his mission of strengthening humanity through wisdom and love. Together, let us celebrate not only his visit, but the profound impact he has had on the world and our lives. May it be a day of remembrance, learning, and renewed dedication to the ideals Swami Vivekananda championed. Welcome, one and all, to this auspicious occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swami Prapananda. Swami Prapananda from Sacramento, yes? Sacramento, Swami in charge. These references to Swami Vivekananda are familiar to many, but perhaps not all. Swami Vivekananda was a giant intellect, consummately educated, and full of questions, curiosity, and even doubts about spiritual life. He flowered before the world's eyes, and the fact that he founded this society 125 years ago is a remarkable and inspiring story, because for all students of Vedanta or spiritual inquirers of any kind, from any tradition, Swami Vivekananda shows that there is a path, and with the right guru and the right open-heartedness and the right willingness to follow that path, certitude, strength, vigor, and impact are possible. So when I first came to the Vedanta Society, the next speaker showed me an example of that, which is indelibly accurate. And I'll let his words speak for itself, but it's my pleasure now to describe the next speaker, Swami Tattwamayananda ji, the minister in charge of the Vedanta Society of Northern California, San Francisco. He has been in that position since 2014. Previously, Swamiji was a teacher at the Ramakrishna Order's Monastic Probationers Training Center. It's not that kind of probation. at headquarters in Kolkata, India. A scholar in Sanskrit, Vedic studies, and Indian philosophy, he's taught Hindu and Buddhist scriptures, as well as having served as editor, publisher, and writer in various capacities in the order. He came to the U.S. in 2012 as assistant minister of the San Francisco Vedanta Society, and I believe that his enthusiasm for that position, which might have been in question in the beginning, has grown year by year. So we're very pleased that he's here. And with that, I call to the podium Swami Tattwamayananda ji.
My pranams to all the revered Swamijis, Swami Chetanananda ji, Paramananda ji, Pravrajika Brahmaprana Maharaji, and all the revered Swamijis who are seated here, and all my namaskar and greetings and good morning to all the friends, well-wishers, and many of you must have been attending this Memorial Day for the last several years. So I want to welcome you all and thank you for being here. It's a very interesting subject. That is the subject Swami Vivekananda and Vedanta in the Bay Area in a retrospective view of 125 years. Today, if you visit any parts of the United States and if you happen to address an educated adult audience and tell them that my religion is the only true religion, your religion is wrong, your God is devil, my God is the only God, people will laugh at you. And that is the greatness and glory of this country. Many of you who may not be familiar with the philosophical, the cultural, religious landscape of the United States, when Swamiji landed here in 1893 to attend the Parliament of Religion, those of you who are not familiar with that background may not be able to imagine or guess that it's all because of Vivekananda. Because the Western world, for the first time in its history, listened to the idea that all religions are equally valid paths leading to the same goal. Every religion is true if you are a sincere, honest believer, if you live a good life, a sincere life, if you have compassion towards your fellow human beings, then you can reach God even if you don't worship Him in a temple or a church. I'm reminded of a very powerful statement that comes from Swamiji. You live your life in such a way that God will accept you even if you don't accept God. So you live your life in such a way, then God will accept you if you are a good human being. You may not worship God in a temple or a church. You may not read a scripture. You may be an agnostic like Buddha was, one of the greatest spiritual personalities the world has ever witnessed. God will accept you if you live a good life. So the essence of spirituality is becoming a good human being. Now this is very, very relevant. See, look at the time when Swamiji came. The last of the transcendentalists already passed away. But still, Emerson, Thoreau and Whitman, the theosophical movement, faith healings, many of the great ideas that were coming from Europe and elsewhere were already influencing some of the elite educated people in the East Coast. And they were looking for something transcendental, something universal, something that is purely humanistic. You have to think of the time, Swamiji was going to Scottish Church College or Presidency College in the early 1870s, maybe a little later. He was going to Presidency College even in 1881, around that time. And R.C. Majumdar, one of the well-known historians of India, Advanced History of India, one of the important foundational books on Indian historiography, he says students used to carry with them a copy of the Original Species and Communist Manifesto. Not that they ever read it, but they wanted to pretend to be highly intellectual, liberal-minded. I remember that was long before the terrible thing called the Bolshevik Revolution took place, that is 1917, which Marx perhaps totally disowned, in fact. Now, R.C. Majumdar says that is a time when, even in India, traditional conservative Hindus were looking for something universal. It was much more so in Europe and in the east coast of America. Especially the east coast was exposed to the great ideas floating from across the Atlantic more than other parts of the United States. Swamiji came at a time when people were looking for something humanistic, universal, liberating, something that is spiritual, but not necessarily religious. And Swamiji comes to this country. And he says, religion is not rituals, mythologies, and belief systems. Religion is spirituality. Religion is a manifestation of divinity already in man, in Swamiji's language. Now, this was a very radical idea. Those of you who won't understand the times in which Swamiji came here, people are fed up with many of the ideas mentioned in many of the foundational books of established religious traditions. And then Swamiji came and said, you should be a good human being and you can be spiritual. And Swamiji frequently mentioned Buddha as a great example. Buddha did not believe in a creator God. And everyone understands him as one of the greatest spiritual human beings the world has ever witnessed. So now, that Vivekananda came to this Vedanta society, this part of the United States in 1900s. And here he met great Americans, prominent Americans like Milburn Logan, Miss Hansborough, Ida Ansel, Bertha Patterson, Agnes Stanley, a number of other educated Americans. Some of them had already listened to Swamiji's lectures in the Chicago Parliament of Religion. And he came to this part of this country, to the Bay Area, what we now call Bay Area, which was not a Bay Area at that time as we understand it today. It was not the most happening place in the United States as it is today. Swamiji came here, went to different places, Auckland, and then even close to this Olema retreat, Samuel Taylor Park, he stayed 15 days there. He stayed, taught, meditated, and instructed, and inspired devotees, American men, American women. And then what happened was, he was giving a series of lectures in San Francisco. It was called Vedanta class. And on April 14, 1900, Swamiji formally inaugurated what we now call the Vedanta Society of Northern California, San Francisco. And that Vedanta class later became Vedanta Society of Northern California, San Francisco. And then Swamiji did something much more consequential in terms of the history of Vedanta Society. When he was in New York, one prominent American lady, Miss Book, donated a land of nearly 200 acres in San Antonio Valley, and Swamiji delegated one of his fellow disciples, Sri Ramakrishna's disciple, one of his brother disciples, Swami Tattwamananda to come to this part of this country and take over that land. And Swami Tattwamananda landed here in 1900s. Now you have to remember the way Americans received this Swami, this Tattwamananda. Tattwamananda was a very traditional monk. Swamiji was a well-educated, in a way, a kind of Anglophile person. You know, Calcutta at that time, the last 2 decades of 19th century was a place where the elite, educated people were proud of quoting Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, and Spencer, and others. And from that community, Swami Tattwamananda came, was a very, very traditional monk. Swamiji delegated him to come here and take responsibility for building what later became the first Hindu monastery outside Asian continent. It's called Shanti Ashrama. When he came here, what happened? A large number of American men and women flocked around him, and he took them to San Antonio Valley, very remote place. Even now, there is no electricity. There is no water. And every year, in memory of that ancient monastery, we conduct a retreat every year. This year, it was on April 26th, last month. Now, Tattwamananda built a monastery there. Now, all these men and women, some of them had already listened to Swamiji's lectures in Chicago, who still remembered Swami Vivekananda's words, as he became a celebrity overnight because of his oratorical skills and spiritual personality. And they accompanied Swami Tattwamananda. They went there, they built cabins, wooden cabins, they dug a well, they started cooking, they started learning under Swami Tattwamananda, who taught them some of the very, very traditional scriptures like Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Viveka Chudamani, and other books. Now, this continued for less than 2 years. In the month of June 1902, Swami Tattwamananda left for India, and in 1903, January 2nd, another Swamiji came to San Francisco. His name was Swami Tattwamananda. Now look at the journey of this organization. Swami Tattwamananda, if you can see his picture, he was a bearded monk with a stick, walking all around Himalayas, including Tibet, with disheveled hair, very, very traditional mendicant. Those of you who have read books in the Way of a Pilgrim, you know, that humble pilgrim that in the Russian Orthodox tradition, one of the well-known books is the Way of a Pilgrim, wandering all over the landscape with the disheveled hair and beard, a stick. That was the kind of life that Swami Tattwamananda was living in India. And he came to San Francisco. And here, what he did, he built the first Hindu temple, not only in the United States, but outside Asian continent. The Hindu temple of San Francisco was completed in 1905 and dedicated in 1906, January 7th. This Swami was not just an ordinary monk. In India, he was a wandering monk, like a beggar walking everywhere. Highly educated man, very intelligent, very dynamic, which all later became obvious when he came to this country. And that Swami, who was wandering all over Himalayas, including Tibet, came to San Francisco, and he became a great dynamic monk. If you read the life of Swami Tattwamananda, as he went about building the first Hindu temple, reorganizing Vedanta society, starting a press and publication, one of the earliest publications in America, he published an edition of the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna in 1912. It was printed and published in the first Hindu temple in San Francisco. So you can imagine reorganization of the Vedanta Society, and then starting a press, training, inspiring and teaching disciples, American disciples. Remember, today you can find there is a huge Indian diaspora. If an Indian Swami comes to America, he can eat masala dosa without any difficulty. That was a time, Swami Tattwamayananda, if you look at his life, he brought vegetable seeds, thinking that vegetable is not available in California. California richer than India, even vegetable. If you just think of the fertility of the soil, virgin soil. And that Swami did this gigantic work. And something much more happened. He completed this temple and it was dedicated in 1906, January 7th. It took less than 5 months for him to complete this temple. We took almost 3 years to renovate that temple in the 21st century, from 2014 end to 2017. And then he passed away in 1915. There's a very interesting aspect about this Swami. You can read Swami Tattwamayananda's life by Swami Pravrajika. In 1906, as I mentioned, this temple was dedicated. And in the month of April, I believe, there was a huge earthquake and the San Francisco fire, which almost killed more than 2,000 people. When this happened, this temple was one of the few buildings that remained intact. The wind brought the flame very close to the temple. Then the wind took a different direction. You may call it a miracle. Miracle is defined in Catholic tradition as a divine intervention. So that there is no other word to call this interesting incident. And here is something more about Shanti Asrama that's very similar to this. Shanti Asrama had about 14 or 15 wooden cabins built at the time of Swami Tattwamayananda, who left for India in 1902. And Swami Tattwamayananda continued to teach there. He'll go to Shanti Asrama from San Francisco from time to time with a number of devotees, inspiring them, teaching them, introducing them to Indian spiritual life. And it so happened that in 1952 there was a huge California fire. All the wooden cabins were burnt to ashes except the small, tiny shrine building. It's not a building, really speaking, it's a wooden cabin. That alone remains intact from 1900 to our own times. So, now here is something very important. What aspect of Vivekananda's philosophy did they represent and teach? One thing that struck Americans with wonder was, neither Swami Tattwamayananda or Tattwamayananda ever asked them to convert to Christianity. There is a well-known series of reminiscences by Sarah French, which is not yet published. He said that some devotees coming to Old Temple asked the Swami, we want to become Hindus. So they were familiar with this interesting, the practice of converting from one religion to another religion. Then Swami Tattwamayananda said, from where can I convert to where? But he said, you go deeper into your own tradition, then you find the diamonds and jewels in your own tradition. That's Vedanta. So Vedanta is the most universal, most humanistic, the most appealing aspect of any religious philosophy. Vedanta is present everywhere. Swamiji's own quotation I may give here. From the highest flights of atheism, the lowest heights of agnosticism and nihilism, each and all have a place in Hindu's faith. Swamiji says, one context he says, from the highest flights of Vedanta philosophy to the lowest fetishism, the levels of agnosticism and atheism all have a place in Hindu religion. He says Vedanta is the highest flight, the highest reach of Hindu spiritual evolution. When or wherever it is, a human being prays to God with all sincerity, with all honesty, with all purity, he can experience the presence of the divine spark within himself, within herself. And that is the essence of Vedanta. So this concept of harmony that you find in the teachings, in the letters, and also in the well-known talks of both Swami Turiyanandaji and Swami Atmarupananda, this concept of harmony and synthesis. And Swamiji's one important message of Swamiji is very relevant to Bay Area today. Swami Vivekananda said that what we need today is a harmony of head, heart, and hand. And he also mentioned there should be a proper harmonization, a friction-free harmonization or synthesis of the best of the Occidental, the Western, and also the best of the spiritual and Eastern. Of course, in today's conditions, don't misunderstand. You cannot draw a line of demarcation between the East and West. The world has become one. If you go to India, you find more materialism than in America. So, and don't ever imagine that all America are materialists, all Indians are meditating and merging samadhi, nothing of the kind. The idea is this, according to traditional, perspectives, East is supposed to be associated with spirituality. Swamiji is not responsible for that. Some of the earlier writings, some of the early publications of Harvard oriented series beginning with 1850s, their translations and publications of the Buddhist scriptures and Hindu scriptures created this impression that the East is the repository of spirituality and the West is the repository of scientific temper and technology. Not, of course, it is totally irrelevant in today's conditions. But I'm just quoting Swamiji. What Swamiji meant was that there should be a proper harmony, a friction-free synthesis of the best of the traditional and the best of the modern. Now, you can find a little bit of that in today's Bay Area. You can find great executives, both Americans, Indians, and people from all over the world. They practice meditation. At least they feel the need for something, for thinking of something other than money, work, and technology. Technology and science can give us power, comforts, communication, the explosive developments in communications, in technology, transportation. These are wonderful gifts of nature coming through science. But they cannot give us lasting peace. Sometimes we have to think of something beyond material success. Success becomes really successful only if we can enjoy the fruits of success. If a person works hard to make money, builds an empire of industry and commerce, becomes the most, the richest executive, but still he has to take 4 pills to get 2 hours sleep every day, their life is not a big success. So Swamiji mentions that along with the positive aspects of Western culture and also the positive gifts of science and technology, we should also harmonize, bringing the concept of spirituality. So one important message is very, very important in today's conditions. I'm just telling you something about in my own life. When I was a student in the early 70s, 1970s, we used to study in a school, and we used to be guided by teachers to walk in a straight line from school to a home nearby. Now, at that time, in the 70s, you can imagine, we could frequently see large number of Westerners, mostly Americans, long beard with a guitar, you know. Sometimes they will be in some influence of some transcendental drugs or whatever it is. And so small little children used to throw little stones at them and run away. You can imagine in the streets, large number of Westerners, not well dressed, mostly lying in the street, dusty streets, with a guitar, some rudraksha, disheveled hair, and small little children used to throw little stones, pebbles, and run away. And they were amused. They used to make some gestures to amuse the children. And teachers told those children, look here, don't do that. They're all highly educated people. They are all coming to this country in search of spirituality. Maybe that was the time hippism was on the rage at that time. So they were going to Himalaya, they went to Rishikesh, they were going to Uttarakhand, other places. They were highly educated people. They are holding high proficiency in America and other countries. They are coming here to learn yoga, meditation, things like that. So you should never disrespect them. Small little children, they are of mischief, seeing the strange people, they used to. The point is, today you see a different picture. Today, sometimes you find young Indians coming to this country. And another incident I can mention in San Francisco Vedanta Temple. It happened almost a year ago. An Indian devotee came, a young man, an IT professional. He was well dressed for the temple, for it. And he was introduced. He went to the temple, attended the prayer, Vesper service. Then he left. After a month, he reappeared. This time, he was wearing only half trouser, a t-shirt, and most of his exposed part of the body was full of tattoos. And he had a dog which was kept outside the temple. Fortunately, he did not bring it inside the temple. Now, we can imagine the other side. Sometimes we feel, so people, well-educated young Indians, coming to this country, and when they are asked by the professors, when they're studying universities, have you read yoga, Bhagavad Gita? Well, we don't know anything about it. Some of our professors who are our own friends frequently tell me, when we ask them the question, people who are from Chennai have never even heard of Ramana Maharshi. People who are from maybe living GT Road have never gone to Belum, never even heard of Vivekananda Ramakrishna Paramahansa. So we often tell them, you should learn something about your own culture, your own tradition. Then only Americans will respect you. If you come here and say, no, we don't know anything about India, we want to be like you, do you think Americans are going to respect you? Every country has its own genius, its own unique contribution that it could make to the totality of human civilization. America has its own spiritual aristocracy, intellectual aristocracy, its own pedigree. So also India. So Swamiji mentioned that every nation, every race, every culture has some unique contribution of its own, with which it enriches the totality of human civilization. And in today's world, the world has become one. I think the Bay Area, in many ways, will tell you that Swamiji's arrow has hit the target. What we need today is a harmonious blending of the best elements of Western culture. Then Swamiji gives a list. Leadership skills, organization skills, innovation, the ability to take risk, scientific temper, and again, along with that, the sanctity and sacredness of marriage, the sanctity and sacredness of the family values, how children should respect the parents, grandparents, how grandparents and parents should take care of children properly. The sanctity and sacredness of family values, which in a way, at least traditionally, used to be somewhat better in the East. Used to be better than what it is now. So Swamiji wanted this unique harmony. He was a prophet of harmony. if we can call him anything, Swami Vivekananda was the prophet of harmony. That harmony sometimes you find in the Bay Area. There are many Indians who have learned the art of organization, planning, leadership skills, working hard with perfect coordination and unity for a common goal. All these values which have strengthened and enriched Western civilization. And many Americans also have learned the sanctity and sacredness of family values, and also great spiritual traditions that coming from the East, like meditation, prayer, and things like that. So in a way, Swamiji's prophecy that one day the world will become a unique example of harmony of the best of science and technology on the one hand, spirituality on the other, and harmony of the best in cultural values of the West with the cultural values of the East. Vivekananda has left behind this unique legacy, the legacy of harmony. I mean, the world is one, spiritually the world is one. That's one of the important messages of Vivekananda. It is mentioned in ancient scriptures like Mahabharata, Ekam Sat Vipra Bhaguda Vadanti, Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam. All these are terms that tell you that the entire humanity is one spiritual family. But Swamiji, in modern times, he said that humanity is one. Humanity is one spiritual family. So we can have this mutual enrichment, mutual accommodation, best of the Eastern with the best of the Western. Unfortunately, I may be wrong if I leave it unsaid. Frequently, people try to harmonize the worst of the East and the worst of the West. That also happens. In terms of family values, they follow the Western. In terms of organization, they follow the Eastern. Remember, when I talk about the Eastern, you don't remember. Japan is a great example of organization, unity, efficiency. I'm talking about that. But what I mean to say, Swamiji wanted a positive, a friction-free blending of the best of the Occidental in culture, in tradition, in religion, in spirituality, with the best of the Oriental. That was Swamiji's message. I think it is happening today. After Swami Tattwamayananda, we had other great Swamis who worked in the Vedanta Society, Swami Madhavananda, Swami Dayananda, and later Swami Ashokananda, who was actually instrumental in developing this Olema retreat, and then Lake Tahoe, and then the convents. These are all great contributions of Swami Ashokananda. Prabhupada also continued the same tradition, and we are trying to continue the same legacy. And along the way, San Francisco Vedanta Society also was instrumental in building some branch centers in the Bay Area, like Berkeley Vedanta Society, Sacramento Vedanta Society. So you can imagine Shanti Ashrama, Old Temple, Olema Retreat, Lake Tahoe is another retreat center. New Temple, it was inaugurated in 1959. Swami Ashokananda was the one who was instrumental in building the new temple. So practically it continues to be a source of inspiration. But the very fact that you all come here, remember, you all come here to listen to this, to be part of this program itself is a testimony to the great work that by the grace of Sri Ramakrishna and Holy Mother and Swamiji, that we are able to continue. And again, I want to thank you again to be part of this event. We had a very long, momentous journey. 125 years is a very long period in American context, but a very tiny dot in Indian context. Because Vedanta and Hinduism is 6,000 years old. You can see there's an inscription on the Filbert Street entrance of Old Temple. Ekam Sat Vipra Bhaguda Vadanti. It's from Rigveda Samhita, 164 Sukta. I mean, God is one, reality is one, sages call it by different names. So that statement goes back to 6th millennium BC. And we have done only for the last 125 years. You can imagine the antiquity of Vedanta and also its modernity. It is so ancient, but still so modern, because from time to time, a great scholar, a great saint, a great prophet will appear. He will bring from the ancient past the best of the legacy, the tradition, the heritage. He'll practice in his own life, then he'll reinterpret it and give to modern times. Swami Vivekananda is the prophet of harmony who came to the Bay Area bringing this ancient legacy. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Swami Tattwamayananda ji. I think in that 125-year retrospective of Swami Vivekananda and Vedanta in the Bay Area, you partially answered the question that new guests and new friends of ours ask, as I heard yesterday from a new visitor. What is Vedanta? And your reference to the Rig Veda Samhita goes a long way to answering that question, as does the content of all the addresses you're going to hear today. Regarding the history of the 125 years of the society, which is, one of our focuses today, there's a wonderful exhibit over there in the side tent that shows photographs and a timeline of all of this wonderful history, which we're so proud of. There's also, of course, a bookshop. And for more questions about Vedanta and Lost and Found, there's the information tent. That actually is a reminder for me to express some gratitude for the very tent that we're in, which was erected by hand by volunteers and devotees of this society, many of whom are ushering here today. So I want to thank them as well. It's a big job, but we're very happy you're here. Swami Tattwamayananda ji, I wanted to ask you a brief question. My handheld isn't working, so I may have to ask it right now. The way that we arrive here in Olema takes us through Samuel P. Taylor Park, where Camp Irving was the site of Swamiji's instructions to those early American students of Vedanta in April 1900. Women and men, people like Alice Hansbrough and the others, were there on the site, so close to where we are today. And because many of us arrived on that very road where Swamiji and those acolytes took the train, I hope that you'll maybe make mention of what that resonance is on this holy ground. Please.
Of course, I spoke a bit too fast because I wanted to finish as much ground as possible. Many of you, of course, all of you must have passed through the Samuel Taylor Park, about 5 miles away from here. Swami Vivekananda came there in the month of October 1900s, and he spent almost 15 days there. And they stayed. Swamiji taught them meditation. Swamiji gave lessons on Hindu scriptures, from Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutras, and different books. Mostly Swamiji was giving extempore classes, giving instruction on meditation and practical aspects of spiritual discipline. Swamiji did. So it's a thrilling experience to feel that maybe Vivekananda must have walked through these grounds. We do not know. At that time, an American family was living in the Marin County house that we later acquired when Ashokanandaji bought this place. That it was from the owner of that building, Marin County house, that we bought this land. So it is a thrilling experience to remember that Vivekananda came very close to where we are sitting right now and conducting this program. So this kind of, this unique connection, maybe this place still has something to do with that ancient legacy coming from Swamiji. Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. That makes me so happy to even think about, so I'm very happy that you spoke about that. Thank you. Our next speaker, I'm looking at the introduction, and it doesn't fully do justice to the great work of Swami Chetanananda ji, who's going to speak on how Ramakrishna's message encircled the globe. He'll be speaking from his seat, and we'll make sure that mic is working. If not, I have one working. Swami Chetanananda is a senior Swami of the Ramakrishna Order, minister in charge of the Vedanta Society of St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri, in the heartland of the United States of America. In 1960, he joined the order as a monk. From 1971 to 78, he served as the assistant minister of the Vedanta Society of Southern California, Los Angeles. And in 1978, he was transferred to be the assistant minister of the Vedanta Society of St. Louis under a very illustrious Swami in charge. And then he became the minister in charge in January 1980. The Swami has written, translated, and edited many inspiring and informative books, is a horrendous understatement. The publications program that this Swami has overseen is a majestic example of the imperative force of spirituality in action. Now, in terms of non-doership, I shouldn't be too elaborate, but in terms of honoring the accomplishments, Swami Chetanananda ji has done a magnificent job of many, many, many terrific, beautiful, well-edited, well-produced publications that we can only hope to emulate in the years to come. So with that, it's my honor to introduce Swami Chetanananda ji.
Shrinantu Vishve Amritasya Putraha Aye Dhamani Divyani Tastu Vedahametam Purusham Mahantam Aditya Varnam Tamasa Parastat Tumeva Viditvati Mritumeti Naina Panta Vidyate Anaya Naina Pantayanaya Vedate. From Shvetashvatara Upanishad. Listen, listen, O children of immortal bliss. Listen, O those who live in the celestial abode. I have seen the effulgent one who is beyond darkness. Knowing him alone, one can transcend death. There is no other way. There is no other way. Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. As you have heard my topic, Ramakrishna's message encircled the globe within 10 years. Buddhism spread after 250 years after Buddha's passing away. Christianity went to England in 597 AD by St. Augustine, Pope Gregory at that time in Rome. It took many, many, many years to spread the message. But Ramakrishna's message, as Swamiji said, his message encircled the globe within 10 years. We are participating in this 125th anniversary of the Vedanta Society of San Francisco. Swami Vivekananda started 2 centers in this country. In 1894, Vedanta Society of New York. In 1900, Vedanta Society of Northern California. "125 years, nothing compared to infinite time." Swami Vivekananda, before his passing away, he made a prophetic remark. "I have given enough for 1500 years to the thinking humanity." 1500 years. Swamiji's message will continue more. Just now, when Tattwamayananda was speaking, it reminds me of Swami Turiyananda's one statement. But when we were with Swamiji, I thought Swamiji was a great scholar. But when I visited in America, I found Swamiji was a prophet. Vivekananda was a prophet. Now I shall go to my topic. Who is Ramakrishna? Ramakrishna was born in 1836, passed away in 1886. He was born in a very poor family, 60 miles northwest of Calcutta. He went to school, learned the alphabet. Then he was dropped out. "I do not want this bread-earning education. I want that education which will help me to realize God." Boom. No schooling. Came to Dakshineshwar as a worshipper of Divine Mother Kali. He explored. Is God real? His first realization came not through the practicing spiritual disciplines, came through longing, yearning, hunger for God. Looking at the setting sun, he used to cry, "Mother, another day is gone in vain, still thou art not revealed unto me." He took the sword of Kali and about to cut his own throat. Divine Mother appeared and he lost his consciousness. His first spiritual consciousness experience came when he was 6 years old. His mind merged into the infinite. Sri Ramakrishna explored various branches of Hinduism and realized God in different ways. Then he practiced Islam, experienced Allah. He had the vision of Jesus. After realizing God in different religions, he proclaimed, "Jato mat, tato path." As many faiths, so many paths. A unique experience. He is unique in the religious history of the world. No human being has ever experimented and made adventure in other religions like Ramakrishna. Unique in the religious history of the world. Before, I do not want to talk too much about Sri Ramakrishna at present, but I want to tell you the three biographers who introduced Ramakrishna to the Western world. First, 1896, Max Muller, famous German Orientalist, professor of Oxford. He wrote Ramakrishna and his sayings. He introduced Ramakrishna, a real Mahatman. That was the thing he wrote. Second, in 1928, Romarola, the French Nobel laureate, wrote Ramakrishna's and Vivekananda's biography. I shall read a little bit to you. His language is so poetic, I cannot resist myself. "I am bringing to Europe, as yet unaware of it, the fruit of a new autumn, a new message of the soul, the symphony of India, bearing the name Ramakrishna. The man whose image here I evoke was the consummation of 2,000 years of spiritual life of 300 million people. In the epilogue, he wrote, "The man is no more, but his spirit has departed to travel in the veins of the collective life of humanity." Very poetic. Let me repeat that sentence again to you. The man himself was no more. His spirit had departed to travel along the path of collective life in the veins of humanity. Then, in 1964, Christopher Isherwood, famous English writer, wrote Ramakrishna's biography. He said that this is the story of a phenomenon. He introduced Ramakrishna as a spiritual phenomenon. He said that I do not like the emotive word like saint and holy man and avatar. Spiritual phenomenon. What does it mean? Phenomenon is sometimes extraordinary and mysterious. Ramakrishna is extraordinary and mysterious. So these three biographers, Western biographers, introduce Ramakrishna. Very interesting. Ramakrishna had 16 disciples. Swami Vivekananda was the main one. He came to America and at the Parliament of Religions in 1893. It was 400 years completion of the Columbus's discovery of America. 1492, it was 1892. American people wanted to demonstrate the advancement of science and technology and human thought. So this Parliament of Religions was one of the main issues of the Parliament of the Columbian Exposition. Swamiji came. It is a very, I tell you frankly, this is the first time in the religious history of the world. The American people brought all religious representatives on the same stage. It never happened. It never happened. I have volumes of all these collections of Columbian Exposition. The magnitude of the parliament is noteworthy. 17 days it continued. 3 sessions every day. Each session 2.5 to 3 hours. There were 115 speakers and Swami Vivekananda 6 times. Audience 7,000. The Columbian Hall of Columbus and Hall of Washington. It is in Chicago, Art Institute. Religious history. If you study the religious history of the world, you will find in the 19th century the main focus of religion was reason. I want to understand God through brain. The 20th century, the main focus of religion was humanism. If religion does not help human beings, what good is that religion? In the 21st century, what is the main focus of religion? This century, mysticism. Why? People say we read enough, we heard enough, we have seen enough, now we want experience. That is the main focus of religion. I remember I went in 1992 in Spain, in Avila. They asked me to talk about mysticism on Ramakrishna. Mysticism. Now, you will see some modern people now say, we are not religious, but we are spiritual. It is a modern change of religion. in the West. Another thing, a very important thing after the advent of Ramakrishna and after these parliamentary religions, most of the cities in America, in Europe, interreligious council, interfaith partnership. I am one of the members of the cabinet members of the interfaith partnership. It's after the Ramakrishna's advent and after the parliamentary religions. In February 1896, in Madison Square Garden, Swamiji said, I learned from my master that the religions of the world are not contradictory or antagonistic. They are but various phases of one eternal religion. We must respect all religions. It was in 1884. I have to go back a little bit. Sri Ramakrishna was in Samadhi, lying down in his bed. Holy Mother carried the food tray, cried out, thinking that he passed away. Then disciples came, he came back from Samadhi, then look what he said. I was in the land of the white people. Their skin is white, their hearts are white, and they are simple and sincere. It is a very beautiful country. I think I shall go there. 1884, in Dakshineshwar, Sri Ramakrishna came to America or Western world through Samadhi. It is really amazing. They traveled through subtle body. When Vivekananda was about to be poisoned in Detroit, Sri Ramakrishna appeared before him and said, don't drink it. It is poison. Swamiji, sometimes in Chicago, out of ideas, Sri Ramakrishna would come at night, he would tell him that what to speak next day. He came through subtle body. Third, Sri Ramakrishna came to the West through his 5 monastic disciples. Swami Tattwamayananda talked quite elaborately about these 5 disciples. They came. Next came the next generation of monks of the Ramakrishna order. They spread. Now we have 350 centers all over the world, 2,000 monks of the Ramakrishna order. I am giving you some statistics to understand that how Ramakrishna is spreading. Ramakrishna's message is spreading all over the world. Next. So he came through Samadhi, he came through subtle body, he came through his monastic disciples, he came through next generation monks. Next, he came through literature. Very vital. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna was translated by Swami Nikhilananda in 1942. Margaret Wilson, daughter of President Wilson, was one of the editors. Joseph Campbell, famous Orientalist, he also one of the editors. Aldous Huxley, the famous writer, he wrote the foreword. Literature, that Gospel of Ramakrishna created a tremendous impact in the Western world. It has been translated on all major languages in the Western countries. Ramakrishna is spreading. Literature. In 1896, Swami Vivekananda gave a lecture in Madison Square Garden. Just religion, truth for yourself. Oh, realize truth for yourself. He left every religion undisturbed. He was talking about Sri Ramakrishna. Because he had realized that in reality, they are part and parcel of one eternal religion. Please remember, religion is not God. Religion is a path to realize God. Sri Ramakrishna was the embodiment of Vedanta. Embodiment of Vedanta. On 30th December 1894, Swami Vivekananda mentioned in the Brooklyn Ethical Association in New York. I have a message to the West, as Buddha has a message to the East. What was that message? Vedanta. Vedanta, all the Swamis will speak about Vedanta, Vedanta. They will explain various facets of Vedanta. But Shankaracharya, the great exponent of Vedanta, mentioned, Shulakardhena pravakshyami yaduktam grunta gochivi brahmasittam jagan mitha jiva brahmaivana. What has been enumerated in millions of books, I shall tell you in half a verse. Brahman alone is real. This world is apparent, and each human being is Brahman. That is, Sri Ramakrishna also said the same thing. Now, as I said, I have a message to the West, Buddha has a message to the East. Swamiji, what he meant. I shall not go in more main details, I shall tell you the four main tenets of Vedanta. First, divinity of the soul. Each soul is potentially divine. The goal is to manifest this divinity by controlling nature, external or internal. Do this either by work or worship or psychic control or philosophy, by one or more or all of these, and be free. This is the whole of religion. Soul is potential. Sometimes, do you know what? Some people ask Swami, what about us? That is the Vedanta says each human being is God. How? I give an example. Here are 400 cups of water, and here is the sun. What do you see? You see 4 billion reflected sun. So all these human beings are reflected God. On our antakarana mind, this Brahman pure consciousness reflects and we become conscious. That is called Chit Jad Grunthi. We become conscious, we function. So all are living gods. That Sri Ramakrishna saw, and Swami Vivekananda also preached that thing. Second, the unity of existence is the foundation of all ethical codes. The golden rule of all religions functions in that way. Do unto others what you expect others to do to you. That is the golden rule. Third, oneness of Godhead. God is one. I remember in 1980s, there was a local television station in St. Louis. I was there in Channel 4. So the man who wanted to interview me, he was a Catholic. He said, Swami, before you go to the camera, could you tell me why are Hindu gods, Christian God, Jewish God, Muslim God, are gods different? God gave me an idea. When the sun rises, can you say that is a Hindu sun, Christian sun, Jewish sun? Can you go and put a stamp there? Swami, I got my answer. Let us go in front of the camera. God is one. Sri Ramakrishna says, different God is, after realizing God, you will understand that, all friction and fight will go away. Sometimes I say that famous quote, we have enough religion to hate one another, but very little religion to love one another. And Jesus says, love thy neighbor as thyself. The fourth, harmony of religions. Harmony of religions. I sometimes go to hear the symphony. I do not understand too much Western music. I count sometimes how many musicians are on the stage. Hundreds. Violin, cello, oboe, all kinds of musical instruments. They are creating a symphony. If it is only violin, it will be solo. Not very interesting. But we love to hear symphony. That Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda talked about in this world. Symphony. All religions. Once Swamiji said, let each human being has his own religion. There is no problem. Sects are good, but sectarianism is bad. Religion. Harmony of religions. Vedanta in the West. United States is a grand field for Vedanta. Do you know why? American people love two things. It is in their blood. Democracy and freedom. Vedantic concept of God is democratic concept of God. I remember when I was in college, we had to memorize the definition of democracy. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. That is the best definition of democracy has ever been created. It was told by Abraham Lincoln. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. So, the Vedantic concept, each human being is God. When you close your eyes, Vedanta teaches, say, I am Brahman. When you open your eyes, say, Tattwamasi, you are Brahman. You are God too. This is the way Vedantic perspective of human beings. Freedom. Democracy, freedom. The chosen deity of American people is Statue of Liberty. If you go to New York Harbor, you can go. I went there. And I went up to the shoulder. There is a spiral. There you can show, and you can see the whole New York City. I wanted to see Statue of Liberty. All Vedanta books you read, at the end you will find Jivan Mukti. Jivan Mukti. Liberation. Freedom. Freedom. Freedom is the song of the soul. So Vedanta Swamiji says that America is a very good field for teaching or for studying Vedanta. Very interesting. On 8th April 1900, Swamiji gave a lecture in San Francisco. That is one of my favorite lectures of Swamiji. Is Vedanta the future religion of the world? Christopher Isherwood read that lecture in Hollywood Temple when I was there. I still remember. Swamiji said, if you want to form any kind of religion, do you know what you need? You need three things. You need a personal God. You need a prophet. You need a book. Without God, without Jesus Christ, without Bible, there is no Christianity. Without Allah, without Quran, without Muhammad, there is no Islam. Without Buddha, without Tripitaka, there is no Buddhism. But look at Vedanta. Vedantic concept of God is not personal. Vedantic God is Satchidananda. Existence, consciousness, bliss, absolute, impersonal. Second, Vedanta is not guided by one prophet. We have so many avatars, so many prophets, so many saints, so many seers of truth. We are not guided by one person. Third, book. We have so many scriptures. It's not guided by one single book. Very interesting if you look at Vedanta. Religion. If you study the religious history of the world, there are three missionary religions in the world. Buddhism, Christianity, Islam. Buddhism is spread through love, through compassion. Christianity, Islam, they used force. Vedanta is not a proselytizing religion. Vedanta is really, there is so much freedom in practicing Vedanta. It does not proselytize. Swamiji, do you know what Swamiji made a remark? In in our part of the country, in fall, dewdrops fall, dews. Trees, plants, fruits, flowers, they fresh. And then when sun rises, the dewdrops disappears. So Vedantic teachings enter into the human beings like dewdrops, and it will make you flourish, and it will make you grow. That is the way Swamiji mentioned about Vedanta. I remember I was in Santa Barbara. A man came and asked one of our nuns in Santa Barbara. She was a Santa Barbara nun. At that time she was a little girl. Then one of the persons came that, who is the prophet of this organization? It was Brahmani. She said, it is a non-profit organization. So funny. I shall never forget. Our founding fathers declared freedom of religion in the Constitution of America. It was in 1976. I went to Washington, D.C. It was the bicentennial of the America's independence. America is a new country. It got independence only 1776. What did the American people do? They made a big exhibition abroad in America. 29 foreigners came to America and contributed American heritage. And Swami Vivekananda was one of them. A big pavilion. I went there. I'm sorry I didn't have camera at that time. Berkeley Centers gave that poster. It was there, displayed. American people recognized Swamiji's contribution in this country. If there is only one religion, it will be boring. If somebody tells you, eat hamburger morning, lunch, dinner, day in, day out, what will happen? You will be disgusted. Same food every day, morning, noon, night, only one kind of food. I sometimes say McDonald's only attracts a few people, but a good restaurant or wide range of menu attracts many people. Do you know what Swamiji said? It is a clash of thoughts, a clash of ideas, generates new thoughts, new ideas. If all people think alike, if all people look alike, if all people dress alike, boring. That Vedanta discovered, unity in variety. Each one of us different. No human face are same. Culture, body, formation, education, separate. But in one place there is unity. Where? Consciousness. Consciousness. My teacher taught me, you want to understand Vedanta? Yes. Do you exist? Yes. Are you conscious? Yes. Do you want bliss? Yes. But you understood Vedanta. Existence, consciousness, bliss, absolute. That is Vedanta. Our teacher used to teach me on like that way. What Swamiji said, if all people, do you know what will happen? We will be in the museum like Egyptian mummies. You look at me, I shall look at you. Millions of years we are looking at each other. No new thoughts, no new ideas. Just look at each other. Horrible. If some people say one religion. Let us have variety. That's Sri Ramakrishna said. I play the flute with 7 holes. and create different ragas and raginis. I enjoy 5 menu ne khai. I enjoy the food with 5 kinds of dishes. I enjoy life. That is Sri Ramakrishna's religion. We reach variety. Many of you know Dr. Houston Smith. He was my close friend. He was the president of our society. So both we are in Kansas City. In the Kansas City, what happened? A young man got up and said, "You are a Methodist minister. Why do you go to Vedanta, Sufis, Dalai Lama?" Houston said, "Young man, hold on your faith. It is true, I am a Christian. I eat my own food, but I take other religions as vitamin food supplement. That gives me tremendous strength. Vitamin food supplements." Then how we learn each other? Again, Houston, there is one thing lacking in Christianity. Well, what is lacking, Swami? You do not have 4 yogas. We have Karma Yoga, path of unselfish action, Jnana Yoga, path of knowledge, Raja Yoga, path of meditation, and Bhakti Yoga, path of devotion. You do not have. No, Swami, we have. Uncle, how? Show. Swami, Christ said, "Love thy Lord with all thy heart," that is Bhakti Yoga. "All thy soul," that is Jnana Yoga. "All thy mind," that is Raja Yoga. "All thy strength," that is Karma Yoga, Swami. Jesus said that. Love thy Lord with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, with all thy strength. Those are the 4 yogas. Sri Ramakrishna's message is spreading. Let me tell you a little bit about what Swamiji said. It was in California, 1900. A thought was reeling in Swamiji's mind. This is the last departure, the climax in California. He is going to return to India very soon. He told the American devotees, "You will see, if you live long, you will see I will be worshipped as God within 10 years after my death." Then he told another American woman in California, here, in San Francisco, "Madam, I might have to be born again." "Why, Swamiji?" "I fell in love with human beings. আমি মানুষকে ভালোবেসে ফেলেছি, আমাকে আবার জন্মাতে হবে." That is our Swamiji. Look what Swamiji said. This is what Swamiji says. "Whatever I say is the echo of my master. Listen. Our watchword will be acceptance and not exclusion. Not only toleration, for so-called toleration is often blasphemy. And I do not believe in it. Toleration means that I think that you are wrong and I am just allowing to live. Is it not blasphemy to think that you and I are allowing others to live? Accept all religions that were in the past and worship with them all. I worship God with every one of them. In whatever form they worship Him. I shall go to the mosque of the Mohammedans. I shall enter the Christian church and kneel before the crucifix. I shall enter the Buddhist temple, where I shall take refuge in Buddha and in his law. I shall go into the forest and sit down in meditation with the Hindu who is trying to see the light which enlightens the heart of everyone. Not only shall I do all this, but I shall keep my heart open for all that may come in the future. Is God's book finished? The Bible, the Vedas, the Quran, and all other sacred books are but so many pages, and an infinite number of pages remain yet to be unfolded. I shall leave my heart open for all. I shall tell you a little incident about Swamiji in Pasadena House. Ralph was the son of the Mrs. Wyckoff. I said, Ralph, God is so near to us, but we cannot see. Why, Swamiji? Ralph, how do you see? Swami, I see with my eyes. Can you see your own eyes? No, Swamiji. He's a teenage American boy. Ralph, go to in front of the mirror. Yes, Swami, I can see my eyes through the mirror. Ralph, that is the answer. If your mind is clean, pure, you will see God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swami Chetanananda. You mentioned the beauty of the symphony without necessarily understanding the science or details of the music. It reminded me of the first time I heard a symphonic concert with my father. And as the concert was about to start, before they started, the musicians were tuning up. And there was that beautiful cacophony sound of all the instruments not in harmony. And I asked my father, what is this music? And he said, they're getting ready to come together. Swamiji, you mentioned the number of literary luminaries that coalesced the focus of their mostly later work around Sri Ramakrishna. You mentioned Joseph Campbell, and you mentioned Christopher Isherwood. You did not mention Aldous Huxley, but of course he was one of those. You mentioned J.D. Salinger. But to me, my heart leapt when you mentioned Romain Rolland. That his works were nearly 100 years old now. But when I first went to the bookstore of the Vedanta Society in San Francisco, by accident, that was the first book that I purchased and brought home. So I was meeting with a civil engineer on a community issue, and he was an older Indian-born civil engineer, and we were talking about other subjects. But as we both got up to leave, he spotted my copy of Romain Rolland's biography of Sri Ramakrishna. His eyes got super wide, and he said, my grandfather met him, and it's all true. And I'll never forget the look on his face. So thank you for that. A housekeeping note. As we get closer to lunch, all living creatures start to get restless as lunch approaches. And the tent amplifies sound. So I'm going to request that the ushers help with the bleed through of sound. I know because I've been back in the tent as a listener in prior years, and I know that it's hard to hear the speakers. I mean, it is amplified okay, yes? Yes. But in the back of the tent, when there are people preparing, lingering in the back and having conversations, if the ushers can help with the sound levels, because they come in here, and I want people to be able to hear the next speaker. Yeah.
One of the pioneering works was Max Muller. Sri Ramakrishna was introduced in the Western world by Max Muller.
By Max Muller, which Swamiji did mention. Yes, Max Muller, of course, the great Indologist, the German Indologist, which was mentioned. I also mentioned one of the women pioneers of Vedanta in Northern California, but there were many, and we're going to hear more about that. I'm delighted because it was a phenomenal, actually, aggregation of people, And, if we're pure spirit, gender doesn't have to be that delineated. On the other hand, especially given the history of those times, it's a remarkable story. So the subject of that last talk today is Women Pioneers of the Vedanta Movement in Northern California by Pravrajika Brahmaprana. I'm flubbing on that a second time, I apologize. Brahmaprana. Pravrajika Brahmaprana is currently the resident minister of the Ramakrishna Vedanta Society of North Texas in Dallas, which is affiliated with the Vedanta Society of Southern California. She's been a member of the Sharada Convent in Southern California since 1973. She's also compiled and edited several books on Vedanta, including the complete works of Swami Vivekananda, Volume 9, Vivekachudamani of Sri Shankaracharya, translated by Swami Tattwamayananda, excellent publication, and With the Swamis in America and India. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Pravrajika Brahmaprana.
Greetings, everyone. Alice Hansbrough, the first of 3 women pioneers I wish to spotlight.
Microphone down.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Alice Hansbrough, the first of 3 women pioneers I wish to first spotlight, was one of the 3 Mead sisters who first became introduced to Vivekananda through the books Raja Yoga and Karma Yoga. Later, she, along with her 2 sisters, Helen and Carrie, attended the Swami's lecture at Blanchard Hall in Los Angeles on December 8, 1899, and they became drawn to the man and the philosophy of Vedanta. Alice and Helen invited Vivekananda to stay at their South Pasadena family home from December 24, 1899 until February 3, 1900, a time during which the Swami could relax from his public work. But that is when he also started receiving invitations to lecture in San Francisco, and that is when Alice Hansbrough entered his public life. Alice was inspired to go to San Francisco as Vivekananda's advance agent and to stay at the Home of Truth there, while the Swami accepted invitations at the Congress of Religions in Oakland in February 25, 1900, and from other later venues. Alice and Mrs. Emily Aspinall, another follower of Vivekananda, then arranged for Vivekananda to stay at a Turk Street flat, where he began to lecture as well as in venues in downtown San Francisco and in the East Bay, giving a total of 61 classes and lectures or more in Northern California. During this seminal time, Alice became Swami Vivekananda's secretary, treasurer, press agent, bookkeeper, banker. Emily was a housekeeper at the Turk Street flat. Alice's association with Swami Vivekananda eventually came to an end in May 1900, when he returned to India, but only after Alice had successfully arranged for him to launch his public work in Northern California. Such trust and loving gratitude Vivekananda had for Alice that he later divulged that she, along with her sisters, had become a part of his mind forever. Ujjala, Miss Ida Ansell, was another, though unlikely, woman pioneer. For in 1900, when Swami Vivekananda traveled west and delivered one of his first lectures in San Francisco, Ida Ansell had already suffered a nervous breakdown, which forced her to leave high school and become the patient of Miss Lydia Bell, a Home of Truth healer and teacher. On Sunday, February 25th, when Vivekananda spoke before the Congress of Religions at the First Unitary Church in Oakland, Ida Ansell, accompanied by Miss Lydia Bell, was one of the fortunate ones to hear his stirring words. The one secret of religion is to know for yourself that you are the Spirit. Do not cry out, I am a worm, I am nobody. As the poet says, I am existence, knowledge, and truth. The more perfect you are, the less imperfection you will see. To young Ida, whose lameness had left her frail and forsaken, with only shattered dreams of a normal life, these words were like a healing balm, and that Sunday night became a turning point in her life. Nor could Ida imagine that a pre-high school's course in Pittman shorthand would enable her to record 17 of Vivekananda's 42 public lectures in the Bay Area, later published in the complete works of Vivekananda. Ida could not guess that she would become closely associated with the Swami, and by virtue of her proximity to such a world teacher and her keen observation of his life and his teachings, she would become a historical figure in her own right. Her own participation in Vivekananda's Western Leela would be recorded, published, and read in America, Europe, and India. And she, by association with the Swami, would thus also serve as a believable role model for other spiritual aspirants with disabilities. Ujjwala was someone an average person could relate to, and thus, by identifying with her, be also drawn vicariously into her intimate association with Vivekananda. For example, in Swami Vivekananda's letter to Mary Hale, he wrote, I am wearied of lecturing. I will tell you what is to my taste. I cannot write and I cannot speak, but I can think deep. And when I am heated, I can speak fire. It should be, however, to a very select few. Let them, if they will, carry and scatter my ideas broadcast, not I. For those Western students that accompanied him to Camp Taylor in the Redwoods, he trained them in the Eastern ancient style of the Indian seer, the forest dwellers, by choosing elements of nature to expand their mind and heart. Ida Ansel wrote for us, and thus we relive her experience. She wrote, I close my eyes and see him, Vivekananda, standing there in the soft blackness, with sparks from the blazing log fire flying through it, and a day-old moon overhead. He said to us, you may meditate on whatever you wish, but I shall meditate on the heart of a lion. That gives strength. She wrote, it was a never-to-be-forgotten night. The profound stillness of the forest, the beauty of the fire, and most of all, Swami, serene and majestic. How unutterably grand it was. With her pen, Ida Ansel gifted us the darshan of being there with the Swami and her in that blessed moment. Ida, as a special sort of historian, provides us with an intimate window into the lives and teachings of two other direct disciples, Swamis Turiyananda and Trigunatitananda, in the San Francisco area. Baby was Swami Turiyananda's name for his youngest disciple, Ida. Though handicapped and deprived of the normal pleasures of life, Ida's disability also gave her an unself-conscious purity that endeared her to three Swamis, Vivekananda, Turiyananda, and Trigunatitananda. Swami Turiyananda was relentless in training her to stand on her own feet, but encouraged the deep bond that grew among her and the other pioneers at the Shanti Ashrama retreat in Northern California, particularly one. He wrote, I hear from Guru Das, later Swami Atmarupananda, often. He is all alone in the ashrama at present. I know he is a brave and faithful soul. yet try to encourage him in every way you can. This elder brother-sister bond, whether Guru Das was at Shanti Ashrama or in India, spanned nearly 6 decades and was so inspiring, it became published in the book With the Swamis in America and India. The correspondence between Ida Ansel and Guru Das served to reconstruct the rarefied atmosphere at Shanti Ashrama with Swami Tattwamayananda, so that we, the readers, can relive and share in that darshan of that remarkable ashrama experience and savor the deep spiritual bond that grew amongst the ashramites. Swami Tattwamayananda, Ida's guru, gave her the name Ujjala, flaming upwards. Swami Tattwamayananda asked Ujjala to take notes of his lectures and classes, one of the few records we have of the first Vedanta Retreat in America. When Ujji asked permission to go to Shanti Ashrama, Tattwamayananda asked her why, and she replied, "I want to become butter." Ujji had remembered that Tattwamayananda had explained in one of his lectures that just as there is butter in milk, but it must be separated by churning before it is usable, so there is the Atman in man, but meditation is necessary to awaken him to that consciousness. And for the purpose of meditation, retirement from the distractions of the world is essential. The Shanti Ashrama days were lived as one big family with Swami Tattwamayananda at the head. Guru Das described, "He called us mother's children, and he treated us all alike without distinction or favoritism." Swami Tattwamayananda bonded the ashramites to him with his love as he shared his most intimate memories of his master, Sri Ramakrishna, and confided his master's instructions to him. Once he shared with them that Sri Ramakrishna had told his direct disciples that he had other disciples who spoke a different language and had different customs in the West, who would also worship him. And Tattwamayananda divulged to his band of 13 students, "You are these disciples. Mother has revealed it to me." Ida Ansel's contribution to the Western work are great. Shanti Ashrama is now a reminder of the Western need for solitude, and it also stands as a contemporary example of the ancient Eastern-style retreat that can be lived in the West. Through Ujjala's correspondence, she gave to us her insider's perspective of the kind of training that a disciple of Sri Ramakrishna can give. One conflict came from the city workers who withdrew their financial support due to the fact that most of the ashramites were home of truth teachers of the New Thought persuasion. But Swami Tattwamayananda chose to bear the financial austerity this conflict caused as winter bore down on the tended community bereft of warm shelters and water pipes from the faraway well. In training Ujjala to break her excessive attachment to Miss Bell, a home of truth teacher, Swami Tattwamayananda used both wise counsel and gentle ridicule. But when Ujji transferred that attachment to the Swami, he remained sternly aloof. He explained to her, Swami was taking Miss Bell's place and the operation was necessary. After the operation comes healing ointment. But remember, if you take Swami, you will have to suffer. And if you take Mother, you will have how many Swamis? In the Shanti Ashrama, from Ujjala's descriptions, we have a model of what an ashrama routine and spiritual austerity can be. At 5 a.m., the Swami's chanting awakened the ashramites for an hour's meditation. Breakfast was served at 8 a.m. At 10 a.m. was an hour's reading and discussion followed by another hour's meditation. Dinner was at 1 p.m., and the afternoons were free until supper. The last 2 hours of the day were spent in meditation, and everyone retired at 10 p.m. Group living was the built-in austerity. Sometimes the Swami would suggest a 3-day period of solitude or a vow of silence, a night of prayer and meditation, or solitary walks to combat restlessness. His individual training was life-changing. Because Ujjali was ingenuous and unself-conscious, the Swami was relaxed around her and gave her pearls of wisdom to share with us through her writings, a vicarious darshan of her intimate and holy association with Swami Tattwamayananda. One day the Swami asked, "Ujjala, are you deep or shallow? Do you live and die in words, or do you live and die in principles? In matters of opinion, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand firm as a rock." Another time he taught, "Who enjoys the show, the actor or the spectator? Learn to be the witness. Stand aside and see the play. Don't get involved. Don't talk much. Speech is silver. Silence is golden. Look and listen attentively. Many want to talk. Few care to listen." Once Uji came across the Swami alone, laughing to himself. She said, "I would give anything in the world to see what is in your mind." The Swami then became sober. You would see on the surface this and that Tattwamayananda, but underneath you would see all Ramakrishna. The Swami's letters to Ujjala from 1900 to 1920 were some of the most beautiful expressions of love which she saved for others. "Go on, baby, no matter where or how situated. Remember Mother everywhere and always, and in everything, however minute or mean it might be. See Mother only. Rise above personalities. That is your business. Let everything else be done by Mother. You say you keep Mother mostly in view now, more than ever before, and you don't know how it pleased me. That is all I want." It was no secret that some of the ashramites, such as Dira, Mrs. Peterson, were blessed with spiritual experiences, and we can see how they handled that blessing. Sarala, Kara French, explained, "Dira has been so true and faithful. We should all be grateful to her. Who could have done what she has done? And we all share the benefit." But more of Dira later. When Ujjala left Shanti Ashrama, Swami Tattwamananda told her, "Butter you have become. I am sure of it, even if it needs working. Haven't you seen how, after the butter has come, all the milk must be pressed out and it must be molded?" Swami Tattwamananda asked, "Have you remembered all that I have told you?" You will remember. Even if you forget utterly, it will come back to you. I have not worked for one life, but for many. It was the Vedanta Center's crisis after Swami Trigunatita's death that brought out Ujjala's strength and tenacity that Swami Tattwamananda had tried so hard to instill in her. In his December 2nd, 1919 letter to her, he wrote, "I am glad the churning is going on still, and you are not disheartened." Ujjala was inadvertently a perfect historian for the California work during Swami Tattwamananda's headship and afterwards. When she was drawn into factions that opposed the new Swami's management, Uji was so guileless that she preserved the scolding letters she received from Swami Trigunatita and later his letters of forgiveness. So we, the reader, can now benefit from the spiritual drama of how a Vedanta work unfolds and the way it affects each devotee in turn. Swami Trigunatita told his students, Such teaching will never be given again till the Lord himself comes. Through Ujjvala, we read how Swami Trigunatita started the Duni fire at Shanti Ashrama from dusk to midnight, meditating, singing, and chanting. Then at midnight, the ashramites offering all faults into the fire of Brahman and meditating until dawn. He started a Sanskrit class of students to prepare them for platform work. The Swami started a monastery in San Francisco, and on October 25th, 1908 to 1912, he started a convent for women. In 2013, Swami Trigunatita also ventured to start a Vedanta colony on a 160-acre tract of land near Concord. For his students in the city, the Swami introduced a routine lesson book into which each Vedanta student would write their response to his instruction or question. And he organized half-hour lessons with close students which varied greatly according to the time and student, and of which Ujjvala was a blessed recipient. Once after a city official left the building, she related how the Swami remarked, "I sit here and watch the great waves of difficulties roll in, and then I look into the waves and see God's hand." Ujjvala also contributed to the Vedanta work in San Francisco and America through her transcriptions of lectures and classes, not only of Swami Vivekananda, but also of Swamis Turiyananda, Trigunatita, and Abhedananda. She was a born writer, and her letters were a natural outlet which she enjoyed sharing, and in doing so kept alive for her Vedanta friends and for us the days of Camp Taylor, Shanti Ashrama, and Swami Trigunatita's years in the San Francisco Center. For example, there is Edith Allen's letter to Uji when she wrote about her interviews with Swami Ashokananda, and one in particular when she took the Swami to the Hindu temple and pointed to the floor where he stood and said, "That is where he," meaning Swami Trigunatita, fell. I said he never lost consciousness, even though the flesh was blown off his legs to the bone. He never lost consciousness. Swami repeated, "He never lost consciousness?" And I said, "No, he never did." Have you ever thought of the wonder of that, Ujjvala? Swami Trigunatita and Miss Bell were also participants in her correspondence, as were Swami Turiyananda, with whom she received 15 letters, 250 from Guru Das Maharaj, Swami Atulananda, dozens from Shanti Ashramites, such as Mira, Dira, Chintasani, Shanti Hansbro, and Edith Allen, and others from San Francisco students, such as Sarah Fox. Letters that are today an archival treasury of anecdotes and teachings of the direct disciples, as well as reminiscences of the early Vedanta movement in America. Now I'd like to come to Mrs. Peterson, another woman pioneer. She was given the name Dira by Swami Turiyananda, which was later changed to Dhirananda by Swami Trigunatitananda. Dira never met Vivekananda. She and her husband Nirmala were part of the group that made the first pilgrimage to Shanti Ashrama with Swami Turiyananda. The Petersons were close workers for Swami Trigunatita from 1903 onward until his passing on January 10th, 1915. Their house became the Vedanta Society headquarters, where classes were held under Swami Trigunatita from January 1903 until 1904. The first Sri Ramakrishna birthday celebration was also held there. During this early period of the San Francisco work, 6 to 20 devotees would attend. Swami Turiyananda also stayed in their flat. Eventually, after the Hindu temple was constructed, Dira and her husband were requested by Swami Trigunatita to live on the second floor of the old temple. The Petersons were core to the Vedanta Society. For example, they stood behind Swami Trigunatita's venture to build the old temple. Dhira nursed Trigunatita back to health on a number of occasions. She went with Swami Trigunatita alone to Shanti Ashrama in November 1903. On April 18, 1906, the day of the San Francisco earthquake, Dhira worked for all devotees who were in need. When it came to the furnishing of the new temple, the auditorium was furnished by the Petersons, the Frenches, and the Wahlbergs. When the Petersons lived in the old temple, Dhira served Swami Trigunatita in any way she could, sometimes nursing him back to health. She became the secretary of the center, and that gave her both a large degree of authority and the opportunity to work as a highly capable and effective devotee, which consequently aroused jealousy in others. Sometimes Dhira would interpret Swami Trigunatita to his other students, which naturally caused resentment. But she also exemplified a natural sweetness, generosity, and largeness of heart. Dhira's example and position in the Vedanta Society gave rise to some of the most beautiful and poignant lessons from Swami Trigunatita, which the Swami insisted be published. He taught Dhira, quote, "Don't talk too much what you are, what you do, or what you are going to do. Whether people misunderstand you or not, do not in any way explain to them. Your stage of progress is so very subtle and fine just now that none but I can understand. You have arrived at a stage where no one but God can protect or help you. You yourself, the higher self, must, can, and will accomplish this." He went on, "Remember that even if you have some very hard and unpleasant part to take, always see God in it, but at the same time, also remember the story of the cobra. So I can say to you that when necessary, you should hiss. I can and do see into your heart and soul and know how very forgiving you can be, no matter how angry you apparently seem to be. So I can give you that advice." In one interview, Swami Trigunatita told Dhira, "Follow me blindly. Do or die. Make no reply. Now for this stage that you have reached, what do you understand by my telling you that you must be ready to die? Dhira, that I must be ready to face all kinds of dangers fearlessly, but that you particularly mean here when you say be ready to die, you mean death to the lower self, which is so difficult to kill. Swami, that is quite right, and therefore you must never misunderstand my severe scoldings as being anything but the highest blessings you can possibly receive. Do you think I can or shall ever forget your great love to God and to me, and to the society and the students? No, never. Never shall I forget my strong sense of duty towards you or your great unselfishness towards the cause." The last lesson was given Thursday morning, 6:30 a.m. on December 24th, 1914. Swami Trigunatita instructed Dhirananda, "The time is drawing very close when you are going to be put under terrific test, when you are going to be criticized, condemned, crucified, for people will in various ways be making all kinds of mischief, and I have noticed lately the petty and greater jealousies against you. Do not mind what they say or do. You must not under any circumstances leave your post. Those that you least expect will be at your side, and above all, God will protect you." He went on, "Remember that whatever I have said to you, or how severe I was with you, still you do not mind. You simply look upon it as the witness and let it make a deep, deep impression on your mind and in your heart, so that it will be a great and blissful lesson and have immediate and lasting effect and result. He ended by saying, "When I am no longer here, then you will understand, Swami. I can never for one single moment forget your untiring unselfishness in not only doing for me, but also for the members, and last but not least, for the cause and for our mother and master. You will have to take the vow of renunciation. I expect it of you. The vow of poverty in one sense, but in the higher sense, the vow of true prosperity." In December 1914, 3 days after Christmas, during the Sunday afternoon program, Vavara, a mentally unbalanced devotee, set off a bomb on the platform where the Swami was lecturing. Vavara was killed, the Swami was thrown backwards, his legs lacerated to the bone. His first words to Dhirananda were, "Don't think too hardly of Vavara. I did not hurt my head. Mother caught me in her arms. Then take charge of the office." The public work continued. Pravrajika Brahmaprana, senior nun and Vedanta Society's archivist, wrote to me, "After the bomb went off that killed Swami Trigunatita, she, Dhira, was the force who had the guts to immediately organize the repair of the temple, and was her character that pretty much held things together during the organizational chaos that followed. Other devotees were there, but she was the rock that was there until things could stabilize." Ujjala chronicled the aftermath. She wrote, "Some of the temple people had formed a separate sect because they disliked Dhira so, but she had been perfectly splendid. She is absolutely fearless. She went back to the temple the night of the tragedy and has stayed right there much of the time alone. She is willing to make any sacrifice almost, and has hardly a thought in her mind outside of the work." Sunday talks rotated between men and women, sometimes with Swamis Abhedananda and Paramananda. Mr. Peterson held the Thursday evening class. Dhirananda took the Gita class. On January 30th, 1915, the auditorium was restored. In December 1915, Swami Prakashananda returned to the center to resume regular programs. Dhirananda's lessons from Trigunatita Swami on renunciation beautifully encapsulates her contribution to the Vedanta movement during her time. He wrote, and he said to her, "The time will come when you will see that what Swami tells you will come true. That the time will come when you will see how beautifully free you will be, how fearless you will act under any condition, trial, circumstance that God will give you. So please do not be imaginative, not in the least, as in regard to what other people think or say about you, or even what they do to you. As long as you have Swami's confidence and faith, the rest must not and should not affect you." And the Swami's lesson to Dhira on the subject of saintliness elevates her to one of the real pioneer torchbearers of the Vedanta Society of Northern California. The Swami taught his beloved student, "The only everlasting bliss and ecstasy is the Brahman, which should be the main object of your life. And in order to attain to this stage, it means that one will have to sacrifice altogether all ideas of praise, encouragement, pleasure, comfort, and so-called peace, which are of this world and this life. When one is ready to give up these desires, one will attain to real peace." And now I'd like to share with you some of the more recent women pioneers, and we'll end with this. In 1974, Marie Louise Burke, disciple of Swami Ashokananda, was given brahmacharya and the name Sister Gargi at Bellarmont. She contributed enormously to the Northern California work, both financially and as a writer-historian. Her famous 6-volume biography of Swami Vivekananda in the West was completed in 1987. But it was in 1983, just after the first 2 volumes were published, that she was awarded the first Vivekananda Award by the Ramakrishna Order. Later, Gargi received sannyas and the name Pravrajika Brahmaprana from Swami Vivekananda. Sister Gargi wrote numerous articles for the Vedanta journals and other books, including The Life of Swami Trigunatita and the biography of her guru, A Heart Poured Out. Sarah and Rebecca Fox. In 1900, while Vivekananda was lecturing in San Francisco, he reached out to gather students across the Bay Area. Sarah and Rebecca Fox were 2 who, after Vivekananda's passing in 1902, helped to form a study circle in Oakland under the direction of Gurudasa, the future Swami Atmarupananda, which kept Swamiji's teachings alive. Thus, in 1931, after arriving in the West, Swami Ashokananda also began to lecture to interested Vedantins in Oakland. And due to the sustained and growing interest there and the driving force of Sarah Fox, Mrs. Harvey, Mrs. Watkins, Ann Webster, and to a large part, Mrs. Edith Soule, Edie Ben, who worked tirelessly to remove all obstacles, Swami Ashokananda finally obtained the building permit from the city of Berkeley in January 1939 to open a Vedanta branch center in Berkeley. Sarah Fox also contributed financially to the Berkeley Center by donating her Oakland property to the Vedanta Society, which served as a beginning of an unofficial convent in 1949. Edith Ben Soule was a trained concert singer. She was invited in 1932 to sing for the Sunday service at the San Francisco Temple. A year later, she held a party for over 200 in order to introduce Swami Ashokananda to the intellectual and cultural cream of San Francisco. That party drew into San Francisco Vedanta Society's fold some of Swami Ashokananda's closest and most helpful devotees and disciples throughout his headship. Edie Ben and Joe Stanbury served the Vedanta Society in many large and small ways, including often as Swami Ashokananda's drivers. When the Berkeley Temple construction began in 1939, they drove the Swami sometimes twice a day from San Francisco to the Berkeley site to oversee the construction. Prior to the Berkeley Temple, Edie Ben, along with Al Clifton and Adolph Schwend, were given the task of thoroughly exploring the forest land around Lake Tahoe. They finally reported to the Swami a large parcel of land, which was then anonymously donated to the Vedanta Society in 1937 for the sole use as a retreat for the resident Swami and the Vedanta monastics. Later, Swami Ashokananda, along with Edie Ben and Joe Stanbury, began driving out to East Bay, the peninsula, and Marin County in search of more retreat land, 2,000 acres, which the Society ultimately purchased at Olema here in July 1946. Its purpose, to establish a monastery as a counterpart to the one already in the city and a retreat for lay members. The Vedanta Society's mammoth expansion under Swami Ashokananda then turned to include Sacramento. Devotees who had been commuting 2.5 hours to San Francisco from Sacramento for the Sunday lectures invited Swami Ashokananda to come every Thursday evening to lecture in a devotee's home there. Edie Ben was his driver. But finally, in November 1949, the Swami began looking for land to build a temple. In April 1950, the present site was purchased. Edie Ben's wholehearted, selfless service did not go unappreciated. In 1936 to 1942, Swami had made Edie Ben treasurer of the Vedanta Society. then from 1942 to 1972, until she retired, its secretary. In a 1966 letter to Swami Abhayananda at Bellarmine, Swami Ashokananda shared that Idiben, among others, served the center with great earnestness and incomparable selflessness. They, he wrote, are my strength and support. Joseph Stanbury. Joseph Stanbury proved to be among the Swami's closest, most helpful disciples and worked closely with Idiben and others in many ways. As interior decorators, Joe Stanbury and Helen Sutherland took on the massive project of cleaning, painting, and redecorating the auditorium and the 3 ground floor rooms of the old temple, while Swami Ashokananda was on vacation in June 1933. They not only donated their services, but supplied all the materials and furnishings at cost, as they would continue to do for the rest of their lives. 15 years later, they also became the temple's exterior decorators when they had the temple painted a stunning dark bluish gray with vermilion towers and balcony walls. With the 1936 centenary of Sri Ramakrishna's birth, Swami Ashokananda planned a week of festivities. On the first day, there was a special puja, an evening function that included chanting, music, a slideshow and lecture by him, followed by a large Indian meal, the recipes of which were the Swami's, but all planned and executed by Joe. In January 1945, when the Vedanta Society published its first issue of The Voice of India magazine, Joe took on the job of mimeographing its 150 copies for distribution. And finally, Pravrajika Brahmaprana. Dorothy Peters, the future Pravrajika Brahmaprana, a member of the Berkeley Vedanta Society since 1940, was one of the first 4 nuns to take monastic vows of brahmacharya when Bellarmine formally accepted the San Francisco convent in 1959. She became a leader in landscaping at the many gardens and grounds of the sprawling Vedanta Society of Northern California. She also worked with Swami Ashokananda on the sculptures for the altar of the new temple. These are some of the most prominent and remarkable women pioneers of the Vedanta movement in Northern California. Thank you.
Thank you, Pravrajika Brahmaprana.
Thank you.
The beauty of that sincerely felt and expressed emotion cooled the entire tent with that fresh breeze. So I want to thank you for that. I also am not shy about saying that I share those types of reactions to beautiful things, especially you brought us into a full immersion of the time and the scene. I had a similar experience with one of the first Vedanta Society events that I attended, and this is relevant because you're about to all receive a copy of Swami Vivekananda's Chicago addresses as a gift. I'll just say that at one of these first events I attended, this book was given out, and I was unfamiliar with it. So I took it onto the public transit, the Muni bus in San Francisco. And to my great embarrassment, I started to cry in public in front of everybody. And I looked around and I said, well, it is what it is. And I just kept crying. And I'm not sure that I ever want to stop. So, please. So the book is available as a gift in the bookshop area over there to the side of the tent. Our request is that for those of you who might not be able to stay for the afternoon session, go ahead and pick it up. But for the rest of you, wait, because it'll be there take it upon your departure. That way it doesn't get lost, it doesn't get dropped, it's not a problem. Also, you're going to have lunch. So it would be best if those of you who were staying for afternoon would pick that up afterwards. But we're happy that you will have it and, react as you will. But I will say this, thank you for being such a really patient, generous, warm audience. Give yourself a hand. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Few more.
स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। यथाग्ने दाहिका शक्तिः रामकृष्णे स्थिता हिया सर्वविद्यास्वरूपां तां शारदां प्रणमाम्यहम्। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे।
Thank you, Dr. Avatari. The Bhajan group is going to be singing some Upanishad chants that is going to be introduced by Sanjay Marimirdia.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My pranams to all the Swamis and the devotees here. Today we are blessed to have a very good Vedic chanting. It all came about in the just last 7 to 8 days. What started as a small request ended up being one of the divine opportunities. I'm delighted to welcome my guru as well for the Durga Saptashati, Raghu Ranganathan, Akhilamani and the whole trip here. They represent the long lineage of Devi Upasakas from Bhaskara Raya. If you look at all the best bhashyas written on Lalita Sahasranama and all the Devi Upasana, it is from Bhaskara Raya. I did not even anticipate that they would come, and Raghuvanna has volunteered to come here. So today, Raghuvanna has been initiated by his grandfather, the pre-sannyasa grandfather, Vimarshananda Nathendra Saraswati. They follow the Bhaskaraya tradition. Today, Raghuvanna has himself suggested, I thought we'll chant Durga Saptashati and Durga Sukta and Meda Sukta. Being Vedanta, we should chant Taitya Rupadeshad, the Bhriguvalli. And that's what Raghuvanna and the team will chant. So with all the blessings of the Gurus, I would like to invite Raghuvanna to chant.
I am so honored, and I am so with all the group here as from the Bhaskar Prakash Ashram. We will start the chanting of Taittiriya Upanishad. The third prashna is called the Bhriguvalli. It says Bhrigur Vaivarunehe. That's how it says. It is the chanting. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Bhragurvaivarunihi Varunam Pitaramupasasara Agi Bhagavo Brahmeti Tasma Etat Provacha Annam Pranam Chakshushrotram Manovachamiti Tagum Hovacha Yato va imani bhutani jayante Yena jatani jivanti Yat prayantyabhisamvishanti Tad vijijñāsasva Tad brahmeti Satapotapyata Satapastaptva Annam brahmeti vyajanāt
अन्नाद्येव खल्विमानि भूतानि जायन्ते अन्नेन जातानि जीवन्ति अन्नं प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्तीति तद्विज्ञाय पुनरेव वरुणं पितरमुपससार अधीहि भगवो ब्रह्मेति तगुम्वाच तपसा ब्रह्म विजिज्ञासस्व तपो ब्रह्मेति स तपोतप्यत स तपस्तप्त्वा प्राणो ब्रह्मेति व्यजानात् प्राणाद्येव खल्विमानि भूतानि जायन्ते प्राणेन जातानि जीवन्ति प्राणं प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्तीति तद्विज्ञाय पुनरेव वरुणं पितरमुपससार अधीहि भगवो ब्रह्मेति तगुंहोवाच तपसा ब्रह्म विजिज्ञासस्व तपो ब्रह्मेति स तपोतप्यत स तपस्तप्त्वा नो ब्रह्मेति व्यजानात् मनसो ह्येव खल्विमानि भूतानि जायन्ते मनसा जातानि जीवन्ति मनः प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्तीति तद्विज्ञाय पुनरेव वरुणं पितरमुपससार अधीहि भगवो ब्रह्मेति तगुंहोवाच तपसा ब्रह्म विजिज्ञासस्व तपो ब्रह्मेति स तपोतप्यत स तपस्तप्त्वा विज्ञानं ब्रह्मेति व्यजानात् विज्ञानाद्येव खल्विमानि भूतानि जायन्ते विज्ञानेन जातानि जीवन्ति विज्ञानं प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्तीति तद्विज्ञाय पुनरेव वरुणं पितरमुपससार अधीहि भगवो ब्रह्मेति तगुंहोवाच तपसा ब्रह्म विजिज्ञासस्व तपो ब्रह्मेति स तपोतप्यत स तपस्तप्त्वा आनन्दो ब्रह्मेति व्यजानात् आनन्दाद्येव खल्विमानि भूतानि जायन्ते आनन्देन जातानि जीवन्ति आनन्दं प्रयन्त्यभिसंविशन्तीति सैषा भार्गवी वारुणी विद्या परमे व्योमन् प्रतिष्ठिता य एवं वेद प्रतिष्ठति अन्नवानन्नादो भवति महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या अन्नन्न निन्द्यात् तद्व्रतम् प्राणो वा अन्नम् शरीरमन्नादम् प्राणे शरीरम् प्रतिष्ठितम् शरीरे प्राणः प्रतिष्ठितः तदेतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् स य एतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् वेद प्रतिष्ठति अन्नवानन्नादो भवति महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या अन्नन्न परिचक्षीत तद्व्रतम् आपो वा अन्नम् ज्योतिरन्नादम् अप्सु ज्योतिः प्रतिष्ठितम् ज्योतिश्शापः प्रतिष्ठिताः तदेतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् स य एतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् वेद प्रतिष्ठति अन्नवानन्नादो भवति महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या अन्नम् बहुकुर्वीत तद्व्रतम् पृथिवी वा अन्नम् आकाशोन्नादः पृथिव्यामाकाशः प्रतिष्ठितः आकाशे पृथिवी प्रतिष्ठिता तदेतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् स य एतदन्नमन्ने प्रतिष्ठितम् वेद प्रतिष्ठति अन्नवानन्नादो भवति महान् भवति प्रजया पशुभिर्ब्रह्मवर्चसेन महान् कीर्त्या न कञ्चन वसतौ प्रत्याचक्षीत तद्व्रतम् तस्माद्यया गया च विधया बह्वन्नम् प्राप्नुयात् अराध्यस्मा अन्नमित्याचक्षते एतद्वै मुखतो अन्नगुम् राद्धम् मुखतोऽस्मा अन्नगुम् राध्यते एतद्वै मध्यतो अन्नगुम् राद्धम् मध्यतोऽस्मा अन्नगुम् राध्यते एतद्वा अन्ततो अन्नगुम् राद्धम् अन्ततोऽस्मा अन्नगुम् राध्यते य एवम् वेद क्षेम इति वाचि योगक्षेम इति प्राणापानयोः कर्मेति हस्तयोः गतिरिति पादयोः विमुक्तिरिति पायौ इति मानुषी समाज्ञाः अथ दैवीः तृप्तिरिति वृष्टौ बलमिति विद्युति यश इति पशुषु ज्योतिरिति नक्षत्रेषु प्रजातिरमृतमानन्द इत्युपस्थे सर्वमित्याकाशे तत्प्रतिष्ठेत्युपासीत प्रतिष्ठावान् भवति तन्मह इत्युपासीत महान् भवति तन्मन इत्युपासीत मानवान् भवति तन्नम इत्युपासीत नम्यन्ते कामाः तद्ब्रह्मेत्युपासीत ब्रह्मवान् भवति तद्ब्रह्मणः परिमर इत्युपासीत पर्येणं म्रियन्ते द्विषन्तः सपत्नाः पर्ये प्रिया भ्रातृव्याः स यश्चायम् पुरुषे यश्चासावादित्ये स एकः स य एवंवित् अस्माल्लोकात् प्रेत्य एतमन्नमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य एतम् प्राणमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य एतम् मनोमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य एतम् विज्ञानमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य एतमानन्दमयमात्मानमुपसङ्क्रम्य इमान् लोकान् कामान्नि कामरूप्यनुसञ्चरन् एतत्सामगायन्नास्ते हा भूहा भूहा अहमन्नमहमन्नमहमन्नम् अहमन्नादो ओहमन्नादो ओहमन्नादः अहग्श्लोककृदहग्श्लोककृदहग्श्लोककृत् अहमस्मि प्रथमचारितास्य पूर्वम् देवेभ्यो अमृतस्य ना भाई यो मा दधाति स हि देवमा वाह अहमन्नमन्नमदन्तमाद्मि अहम् विश्वम् भुवनमप्यभवाम् सुवर्णज्योतिः य एवम् वेद यत्युपनिषत् सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यम् करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ
Thank you to the Bhajan group. Could the leader of the group come up here for a moment? Return to the mic. Yeah. I can tell you as a musician that unison chanting like this requires a great deal of practice and skill. So I know that you were making some introductory remarks. Without belaboring it, the mic is yours just for a moment to express yourself. Please. Please. Very brief. Yeah, very brief. Because you were cut off.
No, yeah. I was just mentioning about the true knowledge or the self-knowledge, or always also called the Atma-jnana. So the Vedanta teaches us that only by getting self-knowledge, Atma-jnana, we get moksha. Atma-jnana and moksha. So this Taittiriya Upanishad, which we chanted, is the one which talks about how to get the Brahma-jnanam, also called the Atma-jnanam. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. There is more music to come later on. The order of business and pleasure is, hey, how was the light lunch that we served? Did you enjoy that? Thank you to those volunteers. You know, it's about 64 degrees today. What a perfect day it is. It's just incredibly blessed weather. So there will be two speakers this afternoon. There were three earlier today. And that will be followed by devotional music of the most exceptional sort by Kailash. More about him later. And that would be followed by a final message of thanks from our revered Swami Vivekananda, who I thought was perhaps going to be up here, but I guess later. So, oh yes, that's because I'm inviting to the stage right now Swami Atmarupananda, Swami Shantatmananda, and Swami Vivekananda. Thank you. As well as Swami Tattwamayananda. Which one?
Can be straight.
Yeah.
So when necessary, you should be able to go out. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. For comfort and logistics, I'll call Swami Vivekananda up when the time comes. So he's at liberty.
This book may belong to them. Does it belong to you?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We published this book, you know. We just published it. Thank you.
Music speaks for itself, doesn't it? Music and poetry. The next speaker, Swami Atmarupananda, is going to speak on Vedanta, a blueprint for a meaningful life. The Swami discovered the Vedanta tradition while studying as an American exchange student in Sweden. In 1969, he joined the order in Chicago, then spent many years in India. He was instrumental in founding the San Diego Center, the Vivekananda Retreat in upstate New York, and the Vedanta work in Puerto Rico. From 2012 to 2017, while in India, he edited the new edition of the complete works of Swami Vivekananda. In 2017, he became the resident minister of the Vedanta Society of Greater Houston. In April 2022, he was transferred to the Centre Vedantique Ramakrishna en France to become its minister in charge and spiritual director. So I welcome Swami Atmarupananda.
Excuse me.
Om yo brahmanam vidadhati purvam yo vai vedangscha prahinoti tasmai tam hadevam atma buddhi prakasham mumukshurvai sharanamaham prapadye. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om. We who seek liberation take refuge in that infinite light which illuminates the hearts of all, which is the source of the Creator himself, and which is the repository of infinite knowledge known as Veda. Om, peace, peace, Peace be unto us and to all the beings of the world. So, revered Swamis, dear brother monks and nuns, sister nuns, and dear friends, I'm very glad and honored to be here. My thanks to Swami Tattwamayananda Ji Maharaj for the kind invitation and the extraordinary hospitality he has shown to us here. Thanks to all of you for having come, because without you there would be no event. And of course, thanks to the many, many volunteers, many of whom I've met, who helped to make such a grand event possible. So, as Bobby mentioned, the title of my talk is Vedanta, a Blueprint for a Meaningful Life. And when I was asked if that would be a suitable topic for me to speak on, I said, yes, it sounds good to me. And then as I thought of it, I thought, okay, now blueprint, that's something static, which shows is a drawing for the plans for a structure. And so it's something static, but Vedanta is not static. It's life also. It's a path. And so then I thought, well, maybe it should be a path for a meaningful life. But then I realized, no, it is both a blueprint and it's a path. And so I'm going to speak from that standpoint, as a blueprint first, and then as a path. Oh, and I better see what time it is so I know when to stop also. So, as a blueprint, I always like to start talks, if the title has any interest at all, or any complexity at all, by analyzing the title, because that gives me a direction in which to go. And so Vedanta, first of all, what is Vedanta? Vedanta is this. And that's not a very helpful definition. If a newcomer comes and says, what's Vedanta? And you say, it's this. Okay. What does this mean? But in the truest sense, Vedanta is this, because Vedanta is a tradition where the ideal is truth, that which is. And so Vedanta deals with that which is. Sister Nivedita said of Swami Vivekananda that one had the sense in his presence and as his student that for him his religion was truth and truth alone. He taught Vedanta because he found there a clear exposition of the truth, but that's why he taught Vedanta. And not because it was just his tradition, but because he found a clear exposition of truth. And that is what Vedanta ideally deals with. What is truth? What is the truth? And what are the levels of truth? It reminds me of Meister Eckhart, the great German Christian mystic of the 13th and 14th century. He spanned the 2 centuries, who said that truth is a thing so noble. And he was a Catholic priest, but he said, truth is a thing so noble that if God himself were to depart from the truth, I would leave God and follow the truth. Truth is a thing so noble that if God himself were to depart from the truth, I would follow truth and leave God behind. So Vedanta, first of all, is a religion of truth. And the words for truth in Sanskrit indicate Vedanta both as a blueprint and as a path. How? There are 2 words in the Vedas used, two of the central words, not the only ones, but central words for truth in the Vedas. One is satyam. Satyam means that which is true. Satyam comes from a verbal root, us, the root us, which means to be. And so sat is that which is. Sat is that which is, and satyam is that which has the quality of being, of existing. Even when we are talking about verbal truth, that you should try to be truthful, you should try to speak only the truth. What do we mean? You're speaking about that which is. You're not making something up. You're speaking about that which is. So truth is that which is. And that's the static aspect, very important, the most important. But there's also the dynamic aspect, and that in the Vedas was known as ritam. Later, the concept of ritam was absorbed into the concept of dharma, which you find developing in the Vedas also, and finally the concept of dharma replaced the concept of ritam. But the concept of ritam is very important because ritam is the truth in action, the truth in movement. That is, living according to the truth, living in harmony with the truth. The idea that the universe is constructed according, that the universe is a cosmos, which is structured, and that there is a pattern to the universe, and to be in harmony with that truth of the universe is to be in harmony with ritam. Through that harmony with ritam, the truth in life, truth in manifestation, one comes to the satyam, to the highest truth. So, Vedanta as a blueprint for life. A blueprint, again, deals with structure. How to structure. What is the structure? What's the structure that we want if we're building a building? But here we're not building a building, we're examining the nature of this universe. And so that itself could be several lectures, and so I'm just going to mention several essential ideas. I'm not going to develop any of them. I'm going to mention several essential ideas for today. As you know, Vedanta says that the reality of all of this is Brahman. From the time we are born, we're looking around trying to figure out, where in the world have we come? What in the world is this? The baby with its big eyes looking at everything, looking at everyone, trying to figure out, what is this? Trying to figure out its own body. And we spend our life trying to figure all of this out. And so Vedanta says that there is a final conclusion to what is all of this. And that conclusion is that this is Brahman. It's the divine itself. Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma. All of this is Brahman itself, as the Chandogya Upanishad says. All of this is Brahman itself. That means that if I look into the heart of anything with a mind refined through meditation and spiritual discipline, prayer, worship, etc., whatever my disciplines are, when the mind is refined enough, then the form begins to give way and the luminous reality, the self-luminous reality of Brahman begins to shine forth. What we're seeing now is an interpretation, my mind's interpretation of Brahman. You may say that, well, we all see the same world, so it must be objective. There is the sense of objectivity to it only because this mind is born in the cosmic mind, the mind of God, the cosmic mind. This universe is a thought in the cosmic mind. And our individual minds participate because our individual minds are part of that cosmic mind. As it said, our individual minds are whirlpools in the ocean of cosmic mind. That is, made of the same material, part of the same thing as the cosmic mind, but we're identified with a little whirlpool, whereas the cosmic mind is the vast ocean itself. So this universe is a mental universe. It exists within the mind of God, you could say, and within our own minds, because our mind is not separate from the mind of God. So it's a mental universe. And if through development of the mind I can see through the name and form of things, I can begin to see the luminous, self-luminous reality. Not luminous like this, not luminous like the sun, but with that which is called luminosity because it's that which illuminates everything, that which illuminates even darkness, that through which we know, oh, it's absolutely dark in here. We know that it's dark because it's illuminated by consciousness, the light of consciousness. So, one of the principles of the Vedanta is that this is Brahman. It comes out of Brahman, it exists in Brahman, it returns to Brahman. Another principle is, what about me? I'm Brahman. The strange thing is, we spend our lives trying to figure this out, but we spend very little time trying to figure out what this is. The body, yes, I try to study physiology, anatomy, and so forth. Maybe I take an interest in psychology. But that doesn't get to who I am. The body and the mind, they are objects of my perception, so I can't be the body and mind. I see them, I experience them, the body is there. Even with my eyes closed, I feel the body as an object. I can perceive my thoughts. Eventually, through deep meditation, even the ego can be perceived as an object. And so, who am I? That's one of the central quests of the Upanishads and of the Vedanta. Who am I? So the universe, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, all of this is that infinite reality. And then when I look within, eventually I trace the source of the sense I am, le je suis, as we say in France. And let me stop for a moment and say that it's, for me, a great relaxation to be able to speak in English where I don't have to constantly try to think of the way to say things in French. I love French and I love France, but it's a pleasure to be able to speak naturally without thinking about it. So, we trace the sense of the I am. Where is my sense of self-existence? And eventually the Upanishads tell us, and the Vedanta tradition tells us, that we come to that which I really am, the cosmic I am, the pure I am, which is beyond even the words I am, which is beyond the concept I am, which is the true self. So it's spirit here, it's spirit outside, spirit inside. And so the very structure of the universe is based on these two principles. All of the other principles in Vedanta flow from this reality, this realization that within there's this spiritual reality, without there's a spiritual reality, and that everything else I experience is an interpretation. This is an interpretive universe that I see, my interpretation of the divine being. We can see from the life of great sages like Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, the Holy Mother. If my mind were perfectly pure, I would see only Brahman. I would see only the reality, which is my own reality. Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. Tattwamasi, thou art that reality. So I don't see Brahman because my mind is interpreting what I see, what I'm seeing Brahman, but instead of realizing it's Brahman, I see it as this universe of perception, which arises within the mind and within the cosmic mind. So the basic structure, and there are of course many details that could be gone into, but not in a 40-minute talk. The basic structure is that there's the spiritual reality within and a spiritual reality without. So now we come to the Vedanta as a path. The Vedanta as a path towards a meaningful life. And there we find that one of the first things Vedanta gives us towards a meaningful life is that it gives us a goal. Not a goal, it gives us the goal of everything, the goal of life, the goal of evolution, the goal of the bacteria, the goal of plants, the goal of matter, the goal of everything, is the realization of this divinity within and without. The realization of this infinite spirit, which manifests as the subject and as the object. That's the goal of life, to realize God, in other words. In Vedanta, we have, of course, the personal path and the impersonal path, and there's not a conflict between the two except right here. The only conflict between devotion and knowledge is right here in our own minds. There's not a conflict in the paths, only in our understanding. And so whether we seek a God, the divine object, or the self, my own self, the divine subject, we've come to the same point, realizing this infinite spirit, as I will express more in a moment. So Vedanta gives us a goal. Yes, we have other goals in life, subsidiary goals, raising a family, getting a profession, earning enough money to have a comfortable life, being a productive member of society, being happy, having experiences, learning, etc. All of those are good goals, but not in themselves. Not in themselves. Many psychological counselors, if someone comes and is maladjusted in life, then they tell them to get a hobby. Well, that's good. Yeah, get a hobby. Do gardening, watch some cooking shows and try cooking and whatever it is. Those are all good things. But that's not enough. If all you're living for is to garden, if all you're living for is to cook, if all you're living for is to play with model trains, then what is life worth? What is life worth? What if you get to the point where you can no longer garden? Then your life is gone. Your life is gone. So have hobbies, there's nothing wrong. But we need an overriding goal of life, which is a goal for this life and all possible future lives which we might have, if we need to have future lives. That which is true in life, which is true in death, which is true at all times. Finding the reality, that is the goal. When you realize that the goal of life, the goal of existence, is to realize the truth, however you conceive of it, as in personal terms, in impersonal terms, it doesn't matter. They come to the same thing. It's only philosophers that cause trouble by making them look different, but they come to the same thing. Follow either way you want. But if you come to that understanding that the goal of life is to realize the truth, to realize God, to realize the self, then suddenly all of your other minor goals in life, they take their proper place. You don't have to get rid of them. You don't have to get rid of your family. You don't have to get rid of your home. You don't have to get rid of your job. You don't have to get rid of your model train set, if that's your hobby. All of that can stay. But suddenly, like a random pile of metal filings, if you put a magnet above them, and suddenly all of the filings get ordered according to the magnetic field. Suddenly everything orders itself. So when you have a supreme goal in life, a meaningful goal, and this is the only meaningful goal in life really, then suddenly all of the other goals in life get their proper place. They're still there. You can still have them. But they are secondary goals, which help you towards the primary goal because they have a supportive role. But you know that, no, the goal of my life is this. This is not the goal of life according to Vedanta. This is not the goal of life. And again, we can have subsidiary goals here, as far as this life goes. But when this idea goes deeply, when we internalize this idea that, no, there is a truth, a transcendental truth, a real truth, a transcendental truth which is immanent, which is right here, in the midst of my own experience, then suddenly I know that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. If I don't have that, the problems in life are real problems. They're real problems. Because that's all that I have. All I have is this life, and there's a problem there. And life is basically, there are many definitions of life, but one definition of life is problem solving. You're constantly solving problems, and you think that, well, if I can just get past this problem that's in front of me, then it'll be easy sailing. But already there are two more problems coming around the corner towards you, and that's the way life goes until we pass away. If I know that, no, my goal is there, and not speaking in spatial terms, I'm speaking only allegorically in spatial terms, but no, my goal is there, it's not here, then, okay, there's a problem, let me solve it, but I'm going there. If I'm on the road and there's a tree crossing, if a tree has fallen and crosses the road, I can't pass it, then I know what to do. I'm going there, so I have to work to get rid of the tree. But if I'm just driving around randomly and I come to a fallen tree, then what do then it's just blocking my random wanderings. But no, if I know I'm going there, that gives the inner strength to face all of the situations in life. I can face everything, because with time and experience, we begin to get the faith that there's no problem that can arise in my life which I don't have the inner strength to face. We begin to get that faith that, no, I can face any problem, no matter how big. Many of you here have faced problems that you surely thought that you'd never, before the problem arose and you had to face it, you never thought that you could deal with it. But you did. You're still here. And we can. So when we know the goal of life, then suddenly we have an orientation and everything in life takes on meaning. It's like the Copernican revolution in astronomy. Before Copernicus, Ptolemy's astronomy was dominant in the West, and that said that the Earth is at the center of the universe and the heavens move around the Earth. But that made the movements of the planets extremely complex. So ancient people could calculate the movements of the planets, but it was extremely complex. Just imagine if we thought that if we still thought that the Earth was the center, and we see the movement of the planets and the constellations, the stars, and we're trying to figure out the patterns that they're following. It becomes extremely complex. But when Copernicus said, no, the sun is at the center of the solar system and all the planets move around the sun, and the earth rotates as it moves around the sun, suddenly the movements of the planets became simple, a very simple calculation, and the movements of the heavens became simple. So with Vedanta, when you realize that there is an ultimate goal, and that's where I'm going, that's where I'm going, and that's what all of my joys and sorrows are for, then suddenly everything becomes meaningful. My tears are meaningful, my joys are meaningful, because all of it is part of experience. As Swami Vivekananda said, the great lesson of the Sankhya philosophy is that the goal of life is not pleasure, the goal of life is experience. Now, when you hear that the goal of life is not pleasure, people often interpret that to mean, well, I have to stop enjoying anything. No, it doesn't mean that. If you have good food, if you listen to good music, if you take a nice walk in the mountains or something, yes, you still enjoy that. But if you know that the goal of life is not just having a good time, but it's gaining experience, gaining understanding, then even your sorrows, even your difficulties, even the trials and tribulations that you have to face, and everyone has to face them, then they become equally meaningful too. Not just my joys, but my sorrows also become meaningful. Everything becomes meaningful because everything is leading me towards a meaningful goal, the goal of life, the realization of the ultimate truth. And the realization of that truth is realizing who I am. As Vedanta says, I'm not who I think I am. I am the infinite self, the infinite self. So a part of the path also, first we get our goal, but a large part of the path, and again, I'm just dealing in broad generalities today because of time. Another major part of the path, well recognized in Vedanta and extremely important in Vedanta, and something Vedanta is criticized for, as I will explain. And that is, a large part of the spiritual path is rethinking. Rethinking. As I said, the world that we see is a world of interpretation. I see an interpretation of Brahman. That's what all of this is. It's an interpretation of Brahman. And so, if I want to see the truth, I have to correct my thinking. And I start with my present experience. I don't have to deny what I'm seeing. This is what I see. This is what I'm dealing with. I don't have to deny this, as Sri Ramakrishna says many times in his teachings. If you're pricked by a thorn and you say the thorn doesn't exist, and you're going like that, that doesn't carry much conviction. So we have to deal with what we're seeing now. And so I learned to think that everything is Brahman. And if everything is Brahman, even if I don't see it now, let me begin to treat everything as if it's Brahman. Let me treat others as if they are Brahman, as if everyone is God. Let me treat material creation as if it's Brahman. Let me respect everything. And why respect? Because whatever we respect, that gives its best to us. If you go to a great music teacher and say, okay, I hear you're a great violinist, I want to learn the violin, so here's my money. You take the money and you make me a violinist also. Is the violinist, if the violinist is poor and desperate for the money, they may take the money and teach me, but will they give me their best? No, no. But if I go with respect and say, I know, I've understood the greatness of your talent, and I've come as an humble student, I want to learn. Can you teach me? I'll do whatever I need to do to learn, but you please teach me. Then the violinist says, yes, you come. I'll give my best to you. And so whatever we respect, even material creation, it gives its best to us. And so a large part of the path and the way towards a meaningful life is to learn to reinterpret my experience. If this is all Brahman, to see it as Brahman. If I am the Atman, to learn to think of myself in those terms. When I began to think, oh, why did I do all of those stupid things when I was young? Why did I say those stupid things? Maybe I said them 50 years ago, and the people who heard it have forgotten it 50 years ago, but I'm still thinking, why did I say that stupid thing in junior high school? No, that's past. Let the past go. I'm the infinite spirit. Those are all of the mistakes. Swami Vivekananda spends a lot of time in his talks, not at a time, but many times he repeats in different talks. He says that mistakes are a part of life. They are the ways that we learn. And so don't feel bad about mistakes. Just learn from them. That's all you have to do. But let the past go. There's a beautiful name of Shiva, one of the Vedic names of Shiva, Sadyojata. He who is born anew every day, who is in fact born anew every moment. We're born anew every moment. We have the chance to be born anew every moment, if we can only let go in the right way of the past. Yes, learn from the past, but then let go of it. Let go of it. I'm the infinite self. My nature is light. All of this noise in the head, all of the problems, the things, the bad memories I have and all of that, that's just noise in the head. Let me always return back to the idea, that's not me, that's noise in the head. I'm the infinite self. So learning to reinterpret who I am, learning to reinterpret what the world is, learning to reinterpret what value is, what reality is, where truth is. All of that is part of learning to rethink. So as I said, people often criticize Vedanta. Oh, in Vedanta they're just always talking about things, as if it were very easy just to sit in meditation all of the time. No, we talk about things because a large part of the path is learning to rethink, getting our ideas straight, because it's not because ideas are the reality, but when our ideas become in tune with the reality, then suddenly we begin to perceive the world differently. We begin to see people as beautiful, not as botherations and, I hate people, everybody's a liar, everybody's after my money, everybody's a cheat, and so forth. No, we begin to see that, no, everyone is beautiful, the light of the divine is in the face of everyone. And so learning to rethink the world that I live in, that's part of the way to a meaningful life. So, having a goal, finding a meaningful way, and then, as I talked about, ritam, truth in manifestation, being in tune with the nature, the true nature of the universe. Dharma, to speak in terms of dharma because that's better known now than ritam, though ritam had its own value as a separate concept, which was absorbed into dharma, but I'll speak in terms of dharma. Dharma is based on the idea of unity. There is one non-dual existence. We say unity because it's easier to talk about, easier to conceive of, but actually non-duality means beyond even the idea of unity, beyond enumeration. But unity is a good, useful concept. So the unitary nature of the universe, and it's that which is the support of dharma. Dharma dharyate jagat iti dharma. Dharma is that which supports the universe. Dharma is based on the idea of unity, and karma is based on the idea of dharma. Why is it that when I harm others, when I do harm to others, I cheat, I lie to others, I hurt others, that forms bad karma and it's reflected back to me? It's because of the unitary nature of the universe. And that unitary nature of the universe is reflected in dharma, the principle of harmony which underlies the universe, the principle of harmony. Dharma carries the idea of harmony from the physical level, where the laws of physics, laws of biology, laws of chemistry, to the ethical and psychological and spiritual level, where there's that continuing harmony, continuing laws of spiritual laws, which are part of the structure of the universe. So when I'm in tune with dharma, I'm becoming in tune with the unity which is the source of dharma. And then my karma becomes beneficial to me and to others. So that's all part, again, of the structure of the universe, but it's also part of the dynamic nature of the universe, the path that becomes meaningful. So the blueprint and the path go together in Vedanta. Let me, before concluding, I want to refer back to the Bhrigu Valli, which was so beautifully chanted, just the last part of Bhrigu's enlightenment, where it says, sayastayam purushe sayastasavaditye sa ekaha sayaevam vit. This reality which is in me and the reality within the sun, that is the reality of the cosmic. So the reality here and the reality in the cosmic, it's the same reality. And one who knows that transcends the five bodies, the Annamaya kosha, the different koshas or the five bodies, the different levels of our being. Etat samagayan naste. Having known that, having transcended the koshas, then one travels through the worlds, this world and all worlds, singing the song of enlightenment. Ha, ooh, ha, ooh, ha, ooh. That's just an expression of joy of the enlightened soul who has become free, absolutely free. As I think it was Swami Tattwamayananda said, that freedom is, was it you or Swami Chetanananda? I forget who was saying that freedom and democracy are the mantras of America. And so one has experienced infinite freedom, infinite knowledge, infinite joy. And so one sings this song of joy and says, Ahamannam, ahamannam, ahamannam. I am the object, that is, I am food, but food here means the objects of all my experience, that which I see, that which I hear, that which I feel, I touch, all of my senses that experience the universe. I am all of this. Ahamannado, ahamannado, ahamannadaha. I'm the eater of food, that is, I'm the subject. So you see, I'm the object, I'm the subject. Those of you who have studied the Drishya Viveka, which is very popular nowadays for good reasons, there it says that you are the subject, not the object. But there's a higher state where you realize that the subject and object are not different. There's only one reality. So how can the subject and object be different? The Drishya Viveka is forgetting a feeling for myself as pure consciousness, because now it's all mixed up. But it's only forgetting that sense of pure consciousness, and then I have to come to the point where I see that I'm the same. Ahagga shlok, akrita hagga shlok, akrita hagga shlok, akrita. I am that which underlies both the subject and the object. Ahamasmi prathamajaritasya. I am the firstborn of the universe. Again, words that are echoed by Meister Eckhart in one of his beautiful sermons given in Germany in the 14th century. That I was before God, and all manifestation came into existence. So one realizes that. So here is the harmony between devotion and the path of knowledge. Everyone will find in practice their own way to harmonize the two, but the two are not contrary. It's the same movement, where I am the subject, I am the object, I am both. And I am that which underlies both, because the reality is beyond subject and object. God is the divine object. I am the divine subject. I am the self. But God is what kind of object? God isn't a rock. God isn't a piece of concrete. God is the divine object who is the soul of my soul, the antaryami, the consciousness within my consciousness, the light of my light, the innermost self of my being. And so God is a special divine object, the divine object who is also the divine subject. And so God whom I worship and the self whom I seek through the path of knowledge, it's the same reality. I'm coming to the same thing. And so when I feel devotional, I bow and worship to God, because I see God as as Swami Vivekananda said, God is the highest ideal. God is the ideal of beauty, the ideal of love, the ideal of truth, the ideal of everything beautiful, and the ideal of love itself. And so imagine if you're on the path of devotion and you're seeking God, the divine object who is also the divine subject, the heart of my heart, and I'm seeking God. And I feel through spiritual evolution and growth and development and experiences that I'm getting closer and closer to God. Do you think as I get very close to God in my experience that I'm going to say, okay, I'm close enough, this is close enough, I'm just going to camp out here? and the ocean of infinite beauty, the ocean of infinite love, the ocean of infinite immortal existence, timeless existence, the ocean of infinite blessedness is right there before me, and I'm going to stop here and say, okay, this is far enough. No, I'm going to seek to plunge in and to become that. To become that. As Rumi, the great Persian poet, or poet in Persian, he wasn't born in Iran or in Persia, but the great poet said, what in one of his beautiful mystical poems, what have I ever lost by dying? What have I ever lost by dying? He says, I was mineral, I died and I became plant. I was a plant, I died and I became animal. I was animal, I died and became a human being. As a human being, I die, and I enter into that which is beyond even the angels. What have I ever lost by dying? And he says that as the drop is afraid to fall into the ocean because it's going to be lost, but by falling into the ocean, it becomes the ocean itself. So devotion ends in that. The path of knowledge ends in that. So don't believe that the two paths are contrary and the two paths, one's this way and one's that way. No, if you like one alone, that's good, follow that. Or you like the other one, good, follow that. But there's no reason why you can't follow the two together, because that is a more beautiful path. When the part of you that wants to realize the infinite, and the part of you that wants to realize the infinitely beautiful, the infinitely loving. As one of my teachers, my Upaguru, my main Upaguru, used to tell me, there's nothing so purifying as love, nothing so unifying as love, nothing so transformative as love, because nothing so purifying, because when you love another person, then you only want to think about the person. The mind, a pure mind means a mind where there's nothing else in the mind. The mind is just one-pointed. And so love is that which brings purity to the mind. It's that which brings unity to the mind, because it's the only thing I can think about, and that which transforms us more than anything. And so the path of knowledge, the path of love, both are great and beautiful paths, and they're not at all contradictory. So now let me conclude, and I'll conclude with the ending of that Bhriguvali, which I love very much. Aham Vishwam Bhuvanam Abhyabhavam Subharna Jyoti Ya Evam Veda Ityupanishad. Aham Vishwam Bhuvanam Abhyabhavam. I have overcome the world. That again is Bhrigu in his statement of enlightenment. One of the wonderful things we can do in our spiritual practice is to try to feel these truths. Try to feel. I don't mean with sentimentality and all of that and getting all emotional about it, but trying to feel what it would be like to have this experience of having transcended the world. I'm absolutely free. What does freedom mean? Freedom, real freedom, means that nothing impinges on me. Nothing can limit me. There's nothing outside of me that can affect me. I am infinite, and there's nothing that can affect me. And so that aham vishwam bhuvanam abhyabhavam, I have overcome this world. I am the infinite light. This is the Upanishad. Evam Veda iti Upanishad. One who knows this has known the secret of the Upanishad. And so Vedanta gives us a meaningful life because it is meaning itself. And I'll change what I just said and end on that note. That meaning is here. Meaning is not here. Meaning is not here. If we learn to feel the inner reality, ourselves as consciousness, we begin to feel that no, it's the mind that gives meaning to everything, but meaning itself is right here. Meaning itself is the divine. Meaning itself is the truth that Vedanta seeks. And so Vedanta is that which teaches us to find the truth, outside and inside. And as other speakers have said, that is what makes Vedanta universal, not in the sense of competing with others to be the most universal, but because it is universal. Everyone is already a Vedantin. We don't need to worry about making them Vedantins. Everyone is a Vedantin, even the bacteria.
Thank you, Swamiji. So many beautiful images there, including the drop that's afraid of the ocean. I was thinking how ludicrous it is when we think of ourselves as afraid of the ocean. Like would we be in a team of sports players and say we're not coming out for the second half, we're afraid? Would we be in a band of musicians and say, no, we're not going to complete the second half of this piece of music because we don't want to finish it? No, we'd be curious to see, even in our imperfections, where these paths lead. So thank you very much. How do you say Tattwamasi, I am that in French? Je suis ça? Je suis ça. Je suis ça. C'est là. Thank you. How are we doing out there? Still cool? Coming up later, Kailash. We're very excited. Next speaker, Shantatmananda, is going to speak on Vedanta and the harmony of religions according to Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda ji. A senior monk of the Ramakrishna order, Swami is currently the head of Ramakrishna Vivekananda Institute of Values in India. He joined the order in 1977 and served for 30 years at the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mission, Bellarmat in Kolkata, India, exercising his expertise in the areas of financial administration. The Swami has also initiated programs in the fields of disaster management, values education for youth, women's empowerment, interfaith dialogue, and world peace. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to introduce Swami Shantatmananda.
It's really an envious task to be the last speaker. Still, anyway, I've been invited, so I have to do justice. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Stapakaya Cha Dharmasya Sarva Dharma Swarupine Avatara Varishtaya Ramakrishnaya Te Namaha. Etagnir Dahika Shakti Ramakrishna Sita Hiya Sarva Vidya Swarupam Tam Sharadam Pranamamyaham. Paratatve Sadalino Ramakrishna Samagya Yo Dharmastapanarato Vireshantam Namamyaham. Dear and revered monastics present here, and the devotees who still have patience to sit through the last session, I'm really thankful to Swami Tattwamayananda for inviting me for such a beautiful occasion. Of course, I was earlier here doing Prabhudan this time also. And the wonderful hospitality, the beautiful arrangements, they are simply beyond words. So I'm extremely thankful to Maharaji. The India's culture and our Hindu tradition, the idea of harmony exists for thousands of years. In fact, the sacred land gave birth to several movements, several new religions and all that. Not that there were no differences, yet somehow they have that wonderful spirit to accept, absorb, and carry on. For example, Bhagavan Buddha criticized Hinduism right, left, and center, but he toured extensively across North India. Thousands became his followers, and Hinduism even accepted Buddhism as Buddha as one of the incarnations. So you can compare it with what happened to Christ. In his own land, he tried to speak against the Jews and he was crucified and killed. So, it has always been the Hindu tradition or Indian tradition to accept all differences and yet, carry on beautifully in a harmonious fashion. Of course, the roots lie in that famous Vedic sloka which Maharaji also spoke in the morning. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. Truth is one, the sages call it variously. We'll go into that. before that, see, when we talk of harmony, even when we begin, we should clearly understand and accept there are differences, doctrinal differences, differences in practices, in culture, in tradition, and so on and so forth. So essentially, when we try to talk about harmony, the first thing we should say is, yes, there are differences, but then the way to find is how to live harmoniously with all those differences. So there are three well-known interreligious attitudes. One is called exclusivism, largely prevalent up to the Parliament of Legends of 1893, then Swamiji gave it a death blow, where it says that mine and mine alone is true, everything else is wrong or false. Then there is inclusivism. Here also mine is truth, the others are not said as not truth, but then they say everything is included in mind. So this is also one idea. And then there is yet another idea called pluralism, because it's not so much by religious leaders, but then the compulsions of the society, so many religious movements happening, millions of immigrants coming to save various countries. So this has also come to be accepted, though not by religious leaders, by philosophers and others, that there are several ways, all the different approaches, all the truths are all accepted, every religion is accepted as true and so on. This is also another idea, which is largely a people-centric idea, where people who want to live in harmony, they have accepted it. Now coming back to the Hindu idea, the Vedantic idea, somehow the Indian mind could discover this great idea that the immanence, divinity of immanence, everything is divine. Although they talked about a great transcendental ultimate truth, they did not negate the existential aspect of life, the immanent aspect of divinity. Everything was considered divine, so much so even trees, rivers, everything was being worshipped as a manifestation of the divine. So this led to a wonderful idea, because everything could be accepted as divine, and this obviously led to a great sense of harmony, because when you accept everything as divine, it's very difficult to find fault or to differ greatly so as to create tremendous problems and difficulties. So the reality consisted of both the transcendental as well as the immanent aspects, and both were considered divine. And this, the human minds, according to their capacity, understood it differently. The basic underlying doctrine here is again the Ekasat Vipara Bahuda Vadanti. But then this was, accepted that different people with different approaches, they interpret it differently, they use different languages, but ultimately it's all the one truth. Somehow this idea was, even the Hindu tradition, etc., they were slowly kind of losing it. So this gave rise to various reform movements. Some were very exclusivistic, like saying that my path alone is true. There are several sects which appeared like that. And there were certain things like the Shankara Advaita Vedanta, in a sense you can call it inclusive, where he says everything is included in that, everything is only that. That's also one idea. And also there were other movements which even stood against some of the fundamental doctrines and ideas of Hinduism, like Brahma Samaj and so on. Simultaneously also, in different parts of the world, the other Semitic religions, which started claiming that theirs was the only truth and everything else is not true, and the salvation or redemption lies only in accepting that as the truth. All these, was there was a great need for, again, the idea of harmony coming to forefront. It was at this time Sri Ramakrishna appeared, whom as Maharaj also quoted, 2000 years of spiritual life of 300 million people. Consummation of 2000 years of spiritual life of 300 million people. This is how Romarola talks about Sri Ramakrishna. So, what he did was, he rediscovered the Vedic idea of the ultimate reality. And then, along with that, the holistic outlook on life, where everything, is accepted. Basically, Sri Ramakrishna was also one of the greatest propounders of this pluralistic idea, but not in that Western sense, but in a more all-inclusive sense, where everything is accepted as divine. Because you can also see clearly in Sri Ramakrishna's teachings, etc., both the immanent and the transcendental realities are accepted, and together they constitute the highest idea of reality. So therefore, this was the right time for the appearance of such a personality. He was one of the greatest prophets of religious harmony. It is, as you said, largely based on the pluralistic idea. And then, you see, the holistic Indian model, where, accepting the ancient view adopted to modern needs and the necessities, where combining both the transcendental and the immanent aspect of reality, both being part of life, both being true. So when you talk of religious harmony itself, basically there are probably 4 different paths or approaches. One is, political, where largely governments take a view, that the constitution is framed in such a way as to be secular, where they do not even talk of religion as such, but they say that it's individual life, but then people should follow a secular approach. Thereby, in some sense, they try to usher in a spirit of harmony. And then there is also a social aspect, where people following different faiths, different religions, yet they live in harmony. They know that it's a personal preference or personal idea of a particular faith or a religion, but then we have to live together in a society. So they accept the socially an accepted idea of harmony is there. Then there is one thing more called a theological approach, where doctrines are reinterpreted differently, so that it's all can be interpreted differently, thereby trying to usher in harmony. And the last or the fourth approach is a mystical approach based on realization or anubhuti, as they call it. So Sri Ramakrishna's method was one of the mystical approach, namely realization. Through realization only, he established the idea of harmony. Even, in his own idea of this harmony, there are probably 3 basic ideas. One is that a direct mystical experience of this is the highest idea of religion. Any person following any path, any approach, that person, irrespective of his faith or belief, would reach the highest goal through a mystical experience or a spiritual experience. In fact, this is the foundation or hallmark of Sri Ramakrishna's idea of harmony. Because, see, it's very beautiful and very logical also. When you talk about a spiritual experience, obviously that is beyond the realm of senses. All the experience that we have normally, they are all from the senses. When you go beyond the senses, when there is a transcendental experience, now whatever you might say, when you come back, staying in the realm of senses or within the boundaries of senses, you can't express something which is beyond senses very accurately or very correctly. So that's why he said, at the experience of the highest, all would realize the same. When you come down and you talk about it, the language might be different because it cannot be expressed beyond a certain point, and that is how there is a difference. So his idea of harmony is largely based on this idea of religious experience of the highest order, mystical experience. And then, his idea was to see each religion through the eyes of the followers of that particular religion. So much so, when he practiced Christianity, he completely stayed away from the temple. He would never even visit the Kali temple, which was so dear to him. he absolutely religiously followed those customs. Similarly, when he followed the Islamic practices, again, even got a cook to cook him according to that fashion, that type of food and so on. So, every religion, when he studied or when he understood, it was through the eyes of the followers of that particular region. That's why it became extremely authentic. See, because most of the people, why there is so much of disharmony and difference and so on, we try to interpret other religions from our own standpoint. But he was completely, he stayed away from that, completely gave up all his Hindu practices, all his traditions, etc., studied other religions, practices those faiths in a manner a very traditional follower of that particular religion would do, and thereby he experienced the highest truth, even those through traditions, and that was why his experiences were very, very authentic. And then, although he was basically from a Hindu faith and all that, not a word of criticism escaped from his mouth about any other faith. So much so, Brahmins, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, all of them would come. They would all feel very comfortable in his presence, very happy to talk and discuss with him about their own faiths and so on. So he never ever criticized. Even among the Hinduism itself, people belonging to different sects would all come to him. Everybody would feel very absolutely comfortable in talking to him about their own faiths and so on. And then, if you look at Sri Ramakrishna's this idea of harmony, there are certain basic tenets in which, first of all, he said, ultimate reality is one. It's the same. People call it differently according to their experience of the ultimate, their understanding, and they express it when they come down. In fact, that's why he said, the ultimate, which he also called as Brahman or consciousness, said that is the only thing which has not been defiled. That's the only thing that has not, because nobody could speak of it truly at the highest level. So he said Brahman is the only thing that has not been really defined. He said, there was a great sage called Sukadeva. He was considered the highest Brahmagyani. He gave a beautiful example. An ant saw a sugar hill. He went there and took a grain in its mouth. While coming back, he thought the next time he would take away the entire mountain. So he said, similarly, even Sukadeva was at best only a bigger ant and nothing more than that. And also, in the same is this beautiful example, the same reservoir of water. The Hindu takes water from that, he calls it jal. Then Muslim, he takes from another ghat, he calls it a pani. And then someone else as water or aqua and so on. It's the same thing. The ultimate truth is one. The expression, the way it is understood and expressed, because any expression of the highest falls far short of the truth of the highest reality. And that is why it was not possible to express, but then in their own way, whatever way possible they understand, but then the one who is referred to would clearly understand. Yeah, of course, is the book, The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, full of many wonderful such examples. You would say that a father has maybe 4 children. Some is able to clearly call him as Papa, some would say Pa, some would say even just one syllable. But the father would say that this child is also referring to me only, although it is not able to use that fullest expression. In the same way, the highest truth, the God or the highest would understand whatever language we use, because that is what is really necessary, and it's no use trying to quarrel over all the other non-essentials. And they will say, realization of the highest truth, ultimate truth, that is the goal of life, and that is what would give real authenticity to any spiritual experience or a religious experience. Otherwise, without practicing, that's why one of the major shifts which Sri Ramakrishna Vivekananda brought about in this religious tradition itself, religion is realization, practice, that's most important. Even if you go with the wrong route, if you are sincere, if you practice, you would get the highest. They were very sure. That's why he says, realization of the highest is the true goal of life. And you say that, see, you have come to a mango grove, Why start counting the leaves and fruits and trees and so on? Start eating the mango. Start practicing. Receive. They go to the highest. So that was another idea he was saying. And then, as it was also referred, there were several paths to reach the same reality. Eto mat tato pat says one can go to the terrace either by using a ladder or by steps or by rope. In several ways you can go. The goal is to reach the terrace. The path may be different. That's why, there's no need to quarrel over the path. Then he said, the respect for founders of all religions. That's why he would always insist on. So in his room also, there were several pictures of the other faiths also. And he would also entertain and talk to all of them. So these are some of the basic tenets in his idea. And then, when Swami Vivekananda, he also made a extra effort, and he also contributed a little significantly to these ideas of harmony of Sri Ramakrishna. When he said that, the religions of the world are corollary, supportive of each other. They are not contradictory. They don't contradict each other. So they are all complementary. The world's various religions are complementary. They support each other. They are not contradictory or not antagonistic to each other. And then he was also saying there is no need to change one's religion. One can hold on to one's own faith. Rather, he said, accept and assimilate the best ideas, best tenets, what is other religions, holding on at the same time to one's own faith or one's own basic belief. So that was very clear. These are the three other minor contributions which he added to Sri Ramakrishna's this wonderful idea of harmony. Not only that, our Revered Chetanananda also briefly referred to it. He, I think in 3 or 4 places, he clearly talks about universal religion. In that, finally he says, all religions should expand, accommodate, accept, beyond caste, beyond creed, beyond any difference, because ultimately it is the human being's struggle to transcend limitations. That's why, religion itself, he gave a kind of a new definition, where he said, it's not something, trying to bring down a God who is sitting somewhere above. He said, human aspiration to transcend all limitations, to reach the ultimate goal of life, and thereby ultimately to get complete freedom. Atmarupananda also spoke about freedom. It's what, in his beautiful definition, he says, each soul is potentially divine. The goal is to manifest this divinity through all the yogas and then achieve complete freedom. After all, that is what is really the real need of the humanity. Complete freedom. Freedom from all bondages, all limitations, all difficulties, all sorrow, all sufferings, all that. That's why he said, religion has to be understood as struggle for transcending the highest, trying to overcome all the limitations and reach a stage whereby we are able to get to the highest and achieve true freedom. And also, in this, incidentally, he brought about several ideas of harmony. One is the harmony between sacred and secular. So I know Sister Nivedita, in a beautiful introduction to Complete Works, she writes, henceforth, no more distinction between sacred and secular. Again, based on that ancient idea, both the transcendent and the immanent, they're all parts of the same reality. So Swamiji put it in a very beautiful language which a modern mind can understand. Said no more. That's somewhere he says, even if a person who shines shoes, if he can do it perfectly, he is also practicing the Advaita of the highest order. So that way, imagine if the difference between our sacred and secular engagements can be erased, that means everything becomes sacred. Not everything becomes secular, but everything is sacred. Then, whatever we do, wherever we are, through that we will be able to achieve the true goal of life, the ultimate goal of life. Everything would be effort in that direction, in that path. Thereby, he gave a wonderful idea of this harmony of sacred and secular. Similarly, between science and religion, Again, where there was always a lot of conflict, science thought that it was rational and religion was not rational and so on. But somehow he also brought about the idea where the harmony between science and religion. Not only that, harmony between love of God and love of man. Love of man in a true sense is also love of the highest. Because that's what Sri Ramakrishna through him he got. Can you not see God with eyes open? Why do you want to see him with your eyes closed? Don't you sing that song, Jo kuch hai so tu hi hai? Everything, whatever you see is only manifestations of God. So love of God and love of man, that harmony, because both represent the highest. And also, the the development of a harmonious personality. That's another harmony he brought out through this. And then also the harmony between active life and contemplative life. This is another tremendous problem. Because from the ancient time onwards, slowly the idea was, if you want to really take to very intense or serious religion, you have to give up active life. You have to retire into forest, go away from the society. But he completely reversed his idea, saying that active life and contemplative life are completely in harmony with each other. That's why when he started the Ramakrishna mission, there was huge opposition even from his own monastics. But he clearly said that this is the way, because he saw this is the need of the time. Modern minds, modern people, we are so busy, so everyone is extremely engaged in work and so on. How can you say that you give all that up and only do contemplation? Contemplation is necessary. He did not negate it. But same time he said that contemplative life and active life are not at variance at each other, are not at loggerheads to each other. There's a complete sense of harmony between both these. So, that's why he said, religion is not a belief in any dogma or doctrine or anything. It's not trying to bring a God who is somewhere sitting above. But it is the transformation of the human life itself into a divine life, into one unbroken yoga, where every thought, every feeling, every action has to become a spiritual discipline. So that the entire life, whatever we do, is a part of a spiritual seeking or a spiritual endeavor. So, this kind of a wonderfully beautiful mystics you see in saints, we see in several traditions. Every tradition has produced extraordinary saints of this quality and so on. So obviously, the legacy with Swami Thakur and Sri Ramakrishna and Swamiji have left behind, the Ramakrishna movement is very sincerely and honestly carrying it forward, because in the monastery we admit youngsters from every faith, whatever be their background. There are persons with Christian background, even from various sects of Hinduism. There are even Muslims in the order. And then, the birthdays of all saints of all religions are all celebrated. And then, the devotees, although they can belong to various denominations, even various faiths, but yet they don't have to give up anything. They can retain everything and yet be a follower of the ideas of Ramakrishna movement. And then we publish books, articles, etc., about various other faiths, various great saints and so on of other traits. And similarly, there are regular interfaith meets are held in the Ramakrishna mission. Of course, this also one such occasion. So, and we completely keep away from all fundamental groups, those who promote that kind of a disharmony and all that. And then obviously the novices, even at a very young stage when they enter, they are given quite a good exposure to comparative religion and so on. So these are all some of the things which are practiced. Now, in the current context today, as the society exists, people in general, in fact, several interfaith conferences they call us, I always tell them that, see, today what is much more needed is interfaith harmony, not interfaith harmony. Because people as a class are moving away from religion. Youngsters are losing faith. A new group, somebody also briefly mentioned, spiritually but not religious, SBNR, that kind of groups are emerging. So, in this context, it's very necessary the wonderful harmonious ideas, the ideas of harmony which are very liberal and which are very vast and expanded, which Ramakrishna propounded and Swamiji really took it forward. This has a great meaning and relevance in the world as it is emerging today, because now there are so many other constraints. In every country there are millions of immigrants belonging to, say, various other faiths. It's no longer possible to hold on to one particular narrow view and say that this alone is truth. So today a pluralistic society has come to really exist in that sense. And in a way, if that can be understood as Sri Ramakrishna and Swamiji said, that religion is essentially realization. If we know people are, whatever may be the faith to which one might belong, if you are really busy trying to realize the truth according to one's own belief, one particular faith, if all our occupation, attention goes in that direction, obviously there is no room or scope for any disharmony, because we give up the idea of any intense or serious practice trying to understand or realize the truth of our own religion, and in that we try to go and tell others what you do is not correct. That is where all disharmony, other problems arise. So this wonderful idea, religion is realization, and the experience based, that is where real harmony can be achieved or obtained. That is a wonderful idea that is very, very relevant today. I'm sure as the days go by, this will get more strengthened, and we'll be really seeing a greater role for the Ramakrishna movement in interfaith harmony. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you very much, Swami Shantatmananda ji. Let me try this again. Shantatmananda ji Maharaj. Here we go. I made it. I hope that my fumbling on the Indian names amuses you. The funny thing is, I planned the shortest possible introduction because that would be the appropriate thing. I'm going to be quiet now. A great pleasure to introduce you.
Check. Mommy. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. And I want to thank Swamiji Tattwamayananda for inviting me to perform at the 125th anniversary of the Vedanta Society. I am about to perform a collection of songs written by the 18th century poet Ram Prasad Sen. He expressed his devotion for the Divine Mother through his poetry and his prose. These poems found their way into the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna because of his devotees who would sing them at Dakshineswar and send Sri Ramakrishna into an ecstatic state. The first song that you are going to hear right now is titled Ami Durga. Jana jo bhi go মসি গো ব্রাহ্মণ হাতে করি ভ্রণ মসি গো ব্রাহ্মণ হাতে করি ভ্রণ সুরাপায় নদী বিনাশী নারী ঈশপতকো ন ভাবিতিলে গো ঈশপতকো ন ভাবিতিলে গো ব্রহ্মপদনি পরি আমি দুর্গা 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 বলে মা যদি মরি আমি দুর্গা 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 বলে মা যদি মরি আখিরে দিনে না তারকে মনে আখিরে দিনে না তারকে মনে জানা যাবে গো শঙ্করী আমি দুর্গা 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 বলে মা যদি মরি আমি দুর্গা 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 বলে দুর্গা 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 বলে আমি দুর্গা 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 বলে মা যদি মরি This next song you are going to hear is titled Amitai Kalarup. Amitai Kalarup ভালোবাসি Amitai Kalarup ভালোবাসি জগমন মোহি এলো গেছি ভালোবাসি শ্যামা মন মোহি এলো গেছি ভালোবাসি Amitai Kalarup ভালোবাসি Amitai Kalarup তিনি দেবের দেব মহাদেব কলরূপ তোমরা হৃদয়বাসী দেবের দেব মহাদেব কলরূপ তোমরা হৃদয়বাসী ভালোবাসি Amitai Kalarup ভালোবাসি Amitai Kalarup তিনি বনমালী কৃষ্ণ কলি বংশীতে করে আসি বনমালী কৃষ্ণ কলি বংশীতে করে আসি প্রসাদ বলে This next song you're going to hear is titled Doshkara Noigoma. Doshkaro Noigoma, Doshkaro Noigoma, Ami Shwakat Sholile Tube Muri Shema Doshkaro Noigoma, Doshkaro Noigoma. Dharma dharmolo kudanda swarup ulo ke tramaji katela mukup. Dharma dharmolo kudanda swarup ulo ke tramaji katela mukup. Shikupe berilo kalarup jan kamo mama Doshkaro Noigoma, Doshkaro Noigoma. Ama Ihabitarini Trigunadharini Triguna Purichi Shoguni Kishi Iborini Bori Bhebe Dashurati Anibar Bori Nayani Amar Ihabitarini Trigunadharini. Amar Chilo Bori Khogi Krumelu Boke Jivani Jivanma Kemona Horoki Shikupe Birilo Kalarup Jan Kano Mama Doshkaro Noigoma, Doshkaro Noigoma. Ama Shwakat Sholile Tube Muri Shema Doshkaro Noigoma. This next song you're going to hear is titled Mago Anandamayi. নবে না মাগো আনন্দময়ী নিরানন্দ করুণা মাগো আনন্দময়ী নিরানন্দ করুণা তোমার দুটি চরণ বিনে আমার দুটি চরণ বিনে আমার মন কিছু জানে না মাগো আনন্দময়ী নিরানন্দ করুণা। This next song you're going to hear is titled Shakali Tomar Icha. সকলি তোমার ইচ্ছা ইচ্ছা মই দ্বারা তুমি তোমার কর্ম তুমি কর্ম লোকে বলে করি আমি সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা ইচ্ছা মই দ্বারা তুমি তোমার কর্ম তুমি কর্ম লোকে বলে করি আমি সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা। পঙ্কি বাধ কর বারি পঙ্গরে লঙ্ঘগিরি পঙ্কি বাধ কর গারি পঙ্গরে লঙ্ঘগিরি করে দাও মা ব্রহ্মপাদ করে কারো অধোগামী করে দাও মা ব্রহ্মপাদ করে কারো অধোগামী সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা ইচ্ছা মই দ্বারা তুমি তোমার কর্ম তুমি করুণা লোকে ভুলে করি আমি সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা। আমি যন্ত্র তুমি যন্ত্রী আমি ঘর তুমি ঘরণী আমি যন্ত্র তুমি যন্ত্রী আমি ঘর তুমি ঘরণী আমি রাধ তুমি রোধি যেমন চালো তেমনি চলি আমি রাধ তুমি রোধি যেমন চালো তেমনি চলি সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা ইচ্ছা মই দ্বারা তুমি তোমার কর্ম তুমি কর্ম লোকে বলে করি আমি সকলে তোমার ইচ্ছা। This last song that you will hear is titled Tumi Ramprasadar Mago. রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি জগদীশ্বরী মহেশ্বরী পরমেশ্বরী মা, ভুবনেশ্বরী শিব শঙ্করী জগদ্ধাত্রী মা। তুমি জগদীশ্বরী মহেশ্বরী পরমেশ্বরী মা, ভুবনেশ্বরী শিব শঙ্করী জগদ্ধাত্রী মা। শরদ সরস্বতী ভগবতী মা, শরদ সরস্বতী ভগবতী মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি জগদীশ্বরী মহেশ্বরী পরমেশ্বরী মা, ভুবনেশ্বরী শিব শঙ্করী জগদ্ধাত্রী মা। তুমি জগদীশ্বরী মহেশ্বরী পরমেশ্বরী মা, ভুবনেশ্বরী শিব শঙ্করী জগদ্ধাত্রী মা। শরদ সরস্বতী ভগবতী মা, শরদ সরস্বতী ভগবতী মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি গণপতির মা, তুমি কার্তিকের মা, তুমি দুর্গা ভবানী, তুমি মহাকালী মা। তুমি গণপতির মা, তুমি কার্তিকের মা, তুমি দুর্গা ভবানী, তুমি মহাকালী মা। তুমি বিশ্বময়ী ব্রহ্মময়ী দয়াময়ী মা, তুমি চিন্ময়ী আনন্দময়ী প্রেমময়ী মা। তুমি বিশ্বময়ী ব্রহ্মময়ী দয়াময়ী মা, তুমি চিন্ময়ী আনন্দময়ী প্রেমময়ী মা। লক্ষ্মী নারায়ণী তুমি ভবতারিণী মা, লক্ষ্মী নারায়ণী তুমি ভবতারিণী মা। তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি ভবধারিণী মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা। তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি বামক্ষেপা কমলাকান্ত হাটমারামের মা, তুমি রামপ্রসাদের মা গো তুমি গদাধরের মা।
We could do one if they want one.
Hey, do you want to hear some more?
What should we do?
Don't be scared.
What do we do?
Do you know you have the lyrics in your iPad, right?
For what?
Let's do, you want to do Kali Maheshwari?
Oh, sure, yeah. Now that I'm chill with. 3 speeds, same way we did it.
Everything the same?
Okay.
But maybe don't wait for the response, just sing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Tell us more about yourself. No.
Not now. He's about to perform his encore, please.
So yeah, just do all the singing,
Okay.
because we don't have the mantras for everyone to sing along with.
All right.
We'll just announce what it is. Popular kirtan.
Okay. So this song you're about to hear is titled Kali Maheshwari. शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 रंगविनाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय विनाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय जय काल विनाशिनी उमा रमा ब्रह्मानी जय जय सीता रुक्मिणी जय जय राधा सीता रुक्मिणी जय उमा रमा ब्रह्मानी जय जय उमा रमा ब्रह्मानी जय जय राधा सीता रुक्मिणी जय जय काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं वाणी वीणा पाणी जय जय वाणी वीणा पाणी जय वागेश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय जय वागेश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय वाणी वीणा पाणी जय जय वाणी वीणा पाणी जय जय वागेश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय जय श्री जगदीश्वरी जय जय रूपिणी अम्बे जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय जय विश्वविमोहिनी वरदे जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय विश्वविमोहिनी वरदे जय जय काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 काली महेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 नाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गा जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय जय दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गा जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय जय काल विनाशिनी काली जय उमा रमा ब्रह्माणी जय जय उमा रमा ब्रह्माणी जय जय राधा सीता रुक्मिणी जय जय सीता रुक्मिणी जय जय उमा रमा ब्रह्माणी जय जय राधा सीता रुक्मिणी जय जय राधा सीता काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां वाणी वीणा पाणी जय जय वीणा पाणी वागीश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय जय वागीश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय वाणी वीणा पाणी जय जय वाणी वीणा पाणी जय वागीश्वरी जगदीश्वरी जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय विश्वविमोहिनी वरदे जय जय विद्यारूपिणी अम्बे जय जय विश्वविमोहिनी वरदे जय जय काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां काली माहेश्वरी पार्वती शंकरी शरणं 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 मां शरणं 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 मां शरणं 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 मां शरणं 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 मां शरणं 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 मां
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kailash and Mark Bromwell. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it very much. And we do have a gift. We distributed gifts earlier before you arrived. So with our compliments, one of the ushers will bring you the gifts from the society in appreciation for your reintroduce Swami Vivekananda ji of our society to offer some final words of thanks and gratitude. And I also want to say thank you very much to all of you. It's been a very, very beautiful, beautiful festival today. Thank you for sharing your holiday with us.
Thank you, Bobby Coleman, who is an attorney, so we want to be sure that we don't say anything that should not be said. But I want to express our thanks to all of you for having made this possible. I mean, it is because of your enthusiasm and your interest that we're able to carry on this program and reestablish it. We've had to, in the interval due to the health problems, we've had to have somewhat of a reduction, but we're again trying to manifest that glory that was built up over many years. I think the first time that we had this May retreat was 1978, and ever since then we've tried to maintain it, except for the interval caused by the coronavirus. So I want to express our vote of thanks for all these distinguished guest speakers and musicians and our moderator to try to exemplify what is meant by dynamic spirituality, which we're following as in the footsteps of the great founder of our organization, Swami Vivekananda. He managed to rouse the whole of the United States and a good part of the world to the glory of spirituality. So it's our responsibility to try to carry this on as well as we can, and we've tried to do that. There were other disciples of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami and the Holy Mother and Swami Vivekananda who came to this center, and we feel ourselves especially blessed to be able to inherit the energy that they have provided. So this year marks, this is 2025, marks the 125th anniversary since the founding of the San Francisco Vedanta Society by Swami Vivekananda himself. On April 14th, 1900, he founded this society. So we're directly following in his footsteps, as well as the other direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna who came here, Swami Tattwamayananda, who was brought to the West by Swami Vivekananda himself, and then Swami Trigunatitananda. Swami Abhedananda also came to San Francisco briefly, and their disciples and their disciples' disciples. We're part of not some little movement that has grown up in a remote part of the world. We're part of a trend or an energy wave that was set up by Sri Ramakrishna himself and Swami Vivekananda and all these other direct disciples. We should feel ourselves the inheritors of this energy which was being developed into the world for the welfare of all beings. And we have to feel ourselves as being the continuators of that, the propagators of that, the emphasizers of those ideas. So we all thank you very much for having come, and we salute you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami Vedananda ji. Before I send you over to refreshments, Before I send you over to refreshments, I was hoping, yes, this is working. Swami Tattwamayananda ji has organized this as the Swami in charge in San Francisco, and I want to offer a special thank you. I don't know if you want to take the mic for a final word. Okay. We all take great inspiration from his leadership, so I wanted to add that.
Swami Vedananda ji has already expressed our thanks on behalf of the Vedanta Society, and I want to inform you that he was part of the entire program preparations organizing this May retreat for almost 35 years. He used to walk around, supervise this building of this tent, invite speakers, and when I came about 14 years ago, he was the source of inspiration for the entire work So we want to pray to Sri Ramakrishna to give him many, many years to come, and will continue. Yeah. Swami Shantatmananda ji of Delhi Ramakrishna Missions, he has promised to attend his centenary. There are only 9 years to go. Okay, thank you so much. So, so I want to express thanks and gratitude to all the speakers, Swami Chetanananda Maharaj, Pravrajika Brahmaprana Maharaji, and of course Swami Prapananji Maharaj, who gave the address of welcome, and those who spoke in the afternoon session, Swami Shantatmananda Maharaj and Swami Atmarupananda Maharaj, who came all the way from France to attend this program at our invitation, and more especially for the child prodigy musician who enthralled this audience. And he, I want to inform you, recently he paid a visit to India. He went on a pilgrimage, and I saw his photo. It's taken in Kamakhya temple, one of the Shakti Peeths of the Shakta tradition. So I want to thank you, and also his father, who guided him, and his mother, both the parents continue to guide him and inspire him. I want to thank all of them for this wonderful music program. Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Thank you.
There's another vocalist. Every Wednesday, Swami Vivekananda leads the Vespers with his incredible vocal skills and superhuman lungs. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Refreshments now at the tent. Namaste.
Thank you. I want to thank you.